to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Jersey Mike's. The Rays and Blue Jays up north for Game 1 of a 5-game set at Rogers Center. In the first series of the season between these two teams, the Rays took 2 of 3 in St. Pete. Bo Bichette getting warmed up. He's been hitting just .165 in his last 22 games against the Rays. Ji-Man Choi is ready, and we are too. We are getting you ready for an AL East showdown. I'm Sierra Santos. She's Kiana Martin. These teams, they're not going to win the division, right? But they are neck and neck in the wild card race. That is a topic we're going to touch on with Rays outfielder Brett Phillips. But both of these teams have been struggling as of late, Kiana. The Jays have lost 9 of their last 15 games in which starters have posted a .570 ERA in that span.
Yeah, and then you look at what the Rays have been doing. Lost 11 of their last 17 games. The club has managed just 26 runs during that span, going 12 for 64 or 67. At bat with runners in scoring position. So I think that tells you everything you need to know when you're looking at the Rays right now.
Well, I got some things you need to know about this week's MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Our game is streaming live all over the globe. Kiana, the best part is it's free.
Yes, I love free. You know that.
Yeah, I know. After today, we will have 8 more games during the regular season, so be sure to subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel to join the over 3.5 million fans that enjoy our MLB content. So click the bell icon. That's how you're going to receive notifications on upcoming games. And YouTube TV subscribers can actually stream live and an MLB pop-up channel as well as in 4K for 4K plus subscribers. But before we preview today's game, we got to take a look back at what happened yesterday with both teams, starting with the Rays, who hosted the Brewers.
Rowdy Tellez leading off here for Milwaukee.
Tellez into center field. Did it get out? It sure did.
So that'll get Luis Urias to the plate.
Urias with a fly ball out to left center. And Luis Urias has hit a 2-run home run to put the Brewers out in front.
They're here with Tellez, who's homered.
Swinging a high fly, deep right field, off the top of the catwalk, and gone. We've got another catwalk shot for Rowdy Tellez.
And now it falls to Alex Verdugo.
Liner, that one's into the alley. Nobody out there. It's going to keep on bouncing up against the wall. That's going to score 2 runs.
So Biggio up in a big spot here. And this one is hit hard into the right field corner. Chapman in to score. Espinal will be held at third. Makes it a 1-run game. So here is George Springer.
Here comes the 2-2. Little pop-up. There goes Story. He is underneath it. He's got it, and the Red Sox win the ball game.
Let's get into the starting lineups. First up, the Blue Jays. Vladdy in the 3-hole. He's been surging as of late, hitting .329 with 5 homers over his last 19. Alejandro Kirk DHing, batting cleanup with the 4th best average and 2nd best on-base percentage in the AL. Gabriel Moreno is actually behind the plate. And Kirk is a guy we're going to talk with a little bit later on with Sarah Langs. He's obviously DHing tonight, but he's among 3rd. This is crazy to me. In all AL vote getters for the All-Star games behind Judge and Trout. And if these numbers were to keep up, Kiana, they would have 4 different guys who would be starting in the All-Star game.
Yeah. That's like pretty wild when you think of looking at those names. We just saw them. You're just talking about Aaron Judge. You're talking about these names. That's like a big deal for him. So it's going to be exciting, especially coming up in the next couple of days. All right, let's talk about the Rays. Yandy Diaz leading things off for Tampa Bay, followed by Wander Franco. Harold Ramirez has been one of the hottest hitters in baseball this month, Sierra, batting .387 with 5 extra base hits, 12 RBI in 22 games. Isaac Paredes batting 5th. He's given the Rays, their offense, a jolt. 7 of his last 11 hits have gone for extra bases. They'll be looking for that same jolt this afternoon against the Jays. And the Rays, we were talking about this a little earlier, Sarah. They're pretty beat up. They're dealing with a number of injuries. But on a bright note, they're getting a little bit healthier. They got Kevin Kiermaier and Drew Rasmussen both coming back this week. And then we also talked about Wander Franco. He's a guy that came back earlier this week. But, yeah, let's go ahead and get it out to Toronto into the broadcast booth, as my girl Sierra said. Maybe the best-looking booth in baseball, Scott and Yonder.
First off, Yonder, I missed you. It had been
an
entire week where we weren't on the road together.
Felt like a month.
It felt like forever. It felt like a year. I've also been told that Sarah Santos, who we are just always in sync with doing the pregame show, her shorts match this bad boy.
Mi Latina amiga, ¿cómo estás?
Hey, we also had a great conversation with Blue Jays manager Charlie Montoyo before this game began. Cool, calm. Why? because he's banging drums before and after the game. He did like a private performance for us, which I'm being told is on Amy G's social media account. We'll go over that later.
What was it he said? He said, you know, we can go meet greatest Hall of Famers in the world. I'm more into guys that are playing some music. That for me is more important. Guys special.
I'd rather be Mark Anthony than Barry Bonds. Hit me right here. Team-wise, his squad, we look at it on paper, especially on offense. There's a lot to love. I think the question, especially now, as we did a game with the Blue Jays a few weeks ago, is pitching.
Yeah.
Ryu, since we did our last game, done for the season most likely. Kikuchi's on the mound. Last time we saw him, he wasn't good. He hasn't been good since. So that's a big question mark for them. How is he going to look, and do they have enough in their bullpen?
Well, listen, I think there's a huge question mark when it comes to the bullpen. They have a bunch of guys that are just 92 to 93 miles an hour. They don't have that weapon, right? That go-to guy that's 97, 98 miles an hour. I think they will be in the mix for something like that during the trade deadline. But with Kikuchi, it's very simple. You got to be able to throw strikes. If you can throw strikes, then you can manage the workload, you can manage the secondary, and then hopefully you can rest your bullpen. But when we talk about the offense with the Toronto Blue Jays, listen, man, a bunch of rakers is what they had, right? Everybody's having fun. They all stick together, a bunch of nice guys that really like to enjoy themselves. And look, they're playing the way that we thought they were going to play, or at least hit. They're absolutely raking, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
Holiday weekend coming up in Toronto. In this past week, it's been bananas. It's been just as busy here as it's been since the beginning of the season in Toronto.
6th.
It's going to be loud. It's going to be roaring. Yeah, Canada Day on Friday. We can't wait, Sierra. And again, this, back to you, makes sense, right?
All right, thanks, guys. Matt Wisler is making the spot start for the Rays as far as the pitching matchup goes. This is his 4th of the season. It's going to be a bullpen game. He's 2-2 with a 2.83 ERA. Meanwhile, Yusei Kikuchi 2-4 with a 5.08 ERA. In his last start against the Brewers, he gave up 5 runs over just 2 earned runs in just 2 innings. He actually hasn't lasted 5 innings in any of his starts this month. So really, the Blue Jays' success is really going to be hinging on whether Kikuchi can make it out of 2 innings.
All right, it's about that time. It's time for our poll question as we are talking about this AL East. How many teams from the AL East will make the postseason? Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? If the season ended today, it would be 4. But what say you?
All right, well, as we take you to break, the Rays have a slew of injuries. So how will they navigate this wild card race in the second half? Brett Phillips is going to answer that question when we come back.
Live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
We are up north for our YouTube Game of the Week presented by Jersey Mike's. Randy Arozarena getting ready for this one. These two teams have 4 more series against each other, the Blue Jays and the Rays, including 2 5-game sets. One of those 5-game sets is starting today. Let's welcome in Rays outfielder and one of the game's best all-around personalities, Brett Phillips. Brett, everyone knows and loves you. But let's talk about your squad for a second. All right, you guys are in what has to be the tightest division race in baseball. What has it been like to be a part of that this year?
You know, thanks for having me on. You know, it's been impressive to see. Obviously, the Yankees kind of took away with a little bit of a gap, and you have us, Toronto and Boston, kind of duking it out. You know, for us personally, we've been dealing with some injuries, grinding through that, but it's presented a lot of great opportunities for young guys to come up, get some experience, which I know is going to help not only later on in their career, but later on this season. You know, stuff like this is going to happen over a course of 162. But for us, we're staying the course. We're grinding. We're taking care of what needs to be taken care of. And, you know, I'm looking forward to a great series here in Toronto.
Okay, you guys are grinding, but when you know you're working really hard, you got to have a little bit time for fun. We all know all about you. We know you love to laugh. So, as the official authority on all things funny on the Rays, you got to tell us, who is your funniest teammate, and what do they do to make you laugh?
Oh, man. You know, we have a group of just great guys, jokesters. I'm going to have to go with, you know, Ji-Man Choi.
Okay.
He's always got something funny to say, and, you know, his English is good. It's not the best, but when he does say what he needs to say in English, it always seems to be super funny. So G-Man's great, but like I said, all around great group of guys. I enjoy the heck out of playing with them and being around them.
So G-Man coming through with the one-liners is what you're saying.
Yeah, and you know, most of the time, like I said, you know, his English is good, but it's not the greatest, so how it comes across is just phenomenal.
Who is the least funny?
That's a good question.
We're going to
Probably
let you...
myself.
You're... No way! No way!
You know, I have fun. No. No. You know, there's, like I said, when it comes to our group of guys, we got great personality guys. We got just all around dudes who love each other, who respect each other, and have fun. So least fun, I can't sit here and say anyone because we just get along so well and everyone enjoys each other.
Okay, so you have a clothing line called Baseball is Fun, which is why I do not believe you at all when you say you're the least funniest person on the team. Tell us about the clothing line.
Yeah, so Baseball is Fun originated after the World Series. In my interview, out of breath, not knowing what I was saying, I was like, man, baseball is fun. And everyone on social media thought that was the best thing ever, the coolest thing ever. And I didn't think much of it, and I told my wife about the following year, which was last year. She was working in jewelry, and I was like, hey, do you want to stop working and, you know, let's put together a clothing line? And she's like, yeah, what are we going to do? And so I took out a piece of printer paper, and in my handwriting, I wrote, Baseball is Fun. And I showed it to her, and I said, this is what the logo is going to be. And she's like, are you serious? I was like, yes, but don't worry about it. It's the message that's behind it. And so my wife and I, we created Baseball is Fun. And basically, it's, you know, being a Major League Baseball player and having a platform, I just want to show parents at the youth level that, hey, you know, support your kid, encourage your kid, let your kid have fun, and remember why he's playing the sport or why she's playing the sport in the first place. It's because it's fun. And if you look, there's kind of a pandemic going on at the youth level of parents being way too aggressive, putting way too much pressure on their kids to perform at 10, 11, 12 years old when, you know, I always tell people I wouldn't be where I am today if my mom and dad and my stepdad weren't encouraging and never put pressure on me. So I never really developed that habit of putting so much pressure on myself to perform. And here I am at the big league level. Baseball is fun. It's always been fun. And that's the message my wife and I are just continuing to spread.
I mean, you are right. Baseball is fun. It should be fun, and that's at every level. But give us a little info. How can people get their hands on a Baseball is Fun t-shirt like Sierra and I?
Oh, you're letting me plug Baseball is Fun. This is awesome. Thank you, guys. It's baseball. It's just baseballisfun35.com, which is my number. And, you know, my wife, she's the CEO. She runs all, you know, the emails, you know, we have a fulfillment center. She's in touch with them every day. She's doing a great job. I'm super proud of her. And I'm just a marketer. I'm out here where my Baseball is Fun. So it's a really cool dynamic that we've got going on, and we love it. We enjoy the heck out of it.
Awesome.
Behind every great idea is a woman making it come to fruition.
I was literally just about to say that. But tell Wifey we'll be in touch, okay?
Yes, please. I'll let her know.
But we're at the end of June, and it's almost All-Star game, and your teammate Shane McClanahan looks like he's Los Angeles bound, but what's it been like to experience his dominance up close and personal?
Oh, Sugar Shane McClanahan. Who I believe is one of the best lefties in the game. It's just been an absolute pleasure playing behind this guy because he saves my knees. Why does he save my knees? He strikes out everyone. So I get to sit out in the outfield and kind of enjoy some popcorn, either playing in center, watching the ball move, or playing in right field. It's just been absolutely so impressive and dominant. And I think what's making him great this year is he's going right after hitters. You see there on the screen, he's throwing every pitch for a strike. His changeup's been nasty, his slider's been nasty, his fastball is electric, and that's a recipe for one of the best lefties in the game.
What an endorsement.
Yeah, absolutely. we got to ask this question. We ask it to every player who comes on the show. What is your favorite YouTube video and why?
Oh my goodness. Oh, favorite YouTube video. I'm trying to think of, okay, everyone's going to be like, why? This is so weird. Well, back in like high school or middle school, you guys remember the YouTube video Salad Fingers, where the dude's like, let me caress this rusty kettle? Have y'all ever seen that?
No.
It's the...
I have no idea.
I haven't.
No clue.
Listen, it's the weirdest thing ever. And that's why it's probably my favorite, because you can just put it on without giving any context to it. And there's literally no context to it. You'll watch the video, you'll be like, this is the cringiest thing ever. And I think the reaction from showing it to other people is my favorite, making it the best YouTube video ever. So check it out, Salad Fingers.
Okay, Salad Fingers. We expect you to put that on right now in the clubhouse before everyone takes the field.
I'm going to go put it on a projector now that we spoke about it and just look at everyone's faces and then be like, this is probably the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And I'm going to just get so much joy from it.
Man, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And we'll be copping our Baseball is Fun shirts.
And
ladies, I appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me on. And yes, go check it out. And while you're watching it, I hope you find it very cringy.
It's time for our YouTube Creator Spotlight, and today we are pleased to be joined by Travis Hudgens of the Hudgens Huddle channel. Travis, your channel has such a specific and unique premise where you describe where players' stories, including where they're living now, what's going on in their lives. Was there one specific player or story that led you to wanting to dedicate so much time to this?
Most definitely. It was actually Cody Paul, the YouTube sensation from 2007. Kind of growing up and seeing what he was doing. And then I was like, you know what? Never kind of figured out where he was after the whole YouTube and getting millions of views on YouTube. And then eventually I just started trying to transition over to baseball. But my favorite baseball player that actually brought it up was CJ Wilson. His story is kind of on a different side. So, of course, he started as a closer and then went into become a starter, becoming opening day for the World Series. And then, of course, got a big contract with the Angels. And then he actually left his MLB career to pursue his passion for cars. So the story kind of lined it up, and I was like, you know what? I think it's perfect time. I had to get it done.
You say CJ Wilson is like what kind of like led you into all of this, got you really interested. But now I want to know, who is your favorite baseball player that you've ever researched?
That's an easy one. Growing up, one of my favorite all-time players is Alfonso Soriano. Just his career in general was insane, of starting off as with the Yankees, getting with the trade with the A-Rod trade, and then going over, eventually coming to the Texas Rangers, me being a Ranger fan, so it made me even love him anymore. His style actually had kids adapt to so many well. Of course, with myself wearing the high socks. So I was like, perfect, and looking up everything with him, and I was like, yeah. And then how now he's completely different size and is jacked now. So it's kind of a good story to tell.
The high socks. Very important. All right. Is there a baseball story out there that you've really wanted to tell, but you haven't gotten the chance yet?
Oh, I don't want to give away too much on it because I'm actually in the works on it right now. but it's actually not even a player. It's actually a fan and a moment, which was the 2003 NLCS between the Marlins and the Cubs. And of course, with the fan, of course, I want to know, where is Steve Bartman now? The biggest fan that was hated by most Chicago fans. And then now, of course, when they won the World Series in 2016, he actually got a ring. So I'm giving a little bit of details around it, but that's the one that I'm really wanting to do next.
Those are some interesting angles. The fan angle, I see what you got going on there. We won't spoil too much, but today we get to watch the Rays and the Jays. The Jays have some players with famous baseball dads. Are there any players there that stand out to you?
Of course, Vlad Jr. growing, and like I said before, me being a Ranger fan and watching Vlad Sr. do what he did in the MLB, and his career was so phenomenal. But now with Vlad and how he is, but with the Biggio family, Craig Biggio is honestly one of my favorite all-time players. The way he was a utility player, playing center field, catcher, second base, anywhere you need him to go, he was able to play it, and he dominated.
Okay, before we let you go, we always ask our guests for their favorite baseball memory, and you wanted to turn back the clock to 2010.
Yes, by far my favorite moment, of course, as a Ranger fan. It was the first time we've ever actually won or went to the World Series. So me being a Ranger fan growing up, it was kind of rough. So not really seeing what we could do. And then with the Neftali Feliz and Bengie Molina just in the moment, hugging, grabbing each other, and just knowing how, like, as a Ranger fan, how much that meant to us. And now, of course, that is actually in a statue outside of our stadium. I guess it meant so much to me just because the whole A-Rod situation. We've gotten the Neftali Feliz from the Mark Teixeira trade, which Mark Teixeira was over at the Yankees during the time too. So it's just so meaningful of how much it just came together, and it was a perfect time against the perfect team, the New York Yankees.
Travis has got all the stories, all the memories, bringing back all the feels. We appreciate you, and congrats with your great work with the Hudgens Huddle. We appreciate you stopping by today.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. See y'all next time.
No qualifying pitcher has a higher ERA in the month of June than Yusei Kikuchi. But the good news is he had 2 starts against the Rays last year as a Mariner. He beat them both times. We're going to go dive deep into stats with Sarah Langs coming up after the break.
Price comes second. Now the 0-1 to Lowry on its way. Swinging a ground ball to second. This should do it. Hockey has it. Takes it to second himself. The Rays are going to the World Series. This improbable season has another chapter to it.
Not once in their first 10 years did the Tampa Bay Rays have a winning season. And now, in a stunning reversal of fortune, they were in the World Series. With lightning-quick speed, a deep young pitching staff, and a manager who tapped into their potential, the Rays defied expectations.
Start the celebration. Pop the cork on the champagne.
The Rays are going to the playoffs.
In the division series, they eliminated the Chicago White Sox in 4 games.
In the postseason for the first time, the Tampa Bay Rays are headed to the American League Championship Series,
where they would have to get past the defending champion Red Sox once again. But the confidence they developed by beating them for the division title served the Rays well in this tense 7-game series.
The Tampa Bay Rays have won the American League pennant. They're going to the World Series.
You're watching the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Jersey Mike. George Springer and the Blue Jays, 23-15 at home this season. They've had 14 wins every single month this year. They can make it 15 today. Fans watching our YouTube Game of the Week now have their choice of listening experience. Moments before first pitch, simply click the gear icon in your player, choose audio tracks, and select either the primary broadcast or take your pick of the home and away radio calls. Each is available on your favorite device once the game is underway. It's time to dive into some numbers behind the matchup using StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. And for that, we bring in our friend from MLB.com, Sarah Langs. Now, Sarah, let's start with Alejandro Kirk, who is in position to head to Los Angeles and represent the American League behind the plate in the All-Star game. What numbers can you give us on just how amazing the 23-year-old backstop has been for the Jays?
Oh my gosh, he has been such a joy to watch. You know, I think a couple weeks back, we had the Blue Jays on one of these games, and I really wanted to talk about him, and then he didn't play that day. So I was thrilled to see him in the lineup today so we could talk about his combination of power and absolutely outstanding plate discipline. So if you take a look at guys who are in the 90th percentile or better in expected slugging percentage and whiff rate, it's him and a fellow catcher, Will Smith, over in the National League. And I think this is really great because expected slugging tells us that he's making really good contact with the ball. That's based on the quality of contact you're making, exit velocity, launch angle, all of that. And then whiff rate is swinging and missing. So I think a lot of times these days we expect that the guys who hit the ball really hard are taking really wild swings, but he is not doing that, and he has been such a joy to watch. It's going to be really fun to hopefully see him, as you mentioned, in LA in that All-Star game next month.
Okay, so I know all of our focus turns to the All-Star game right now, but there are still guys that may not be getting that type of attention, but are still dominating, including outfielder Harold Ramirez. What makes him stand out from his peers?
He is a really fun player because the Rays have this affinity for having guys who maybe aren't the top of your list when you think of stars who still they manage to get the absolute most out of. And when you look at guys who are underrated in the American League or overall, Harold Ramirez is a guy who stands out to me. So we're just talking about expected slugging percentage. If we look at expected batting average, so those same kinds of things we're looking at, quality of contact, how often you strike out, how often you walk. He is 6th in the American League right now. And by the way, there's Alejandro Kirk yet again, but he has an expected batting average of 320. That tells us that based on what he's done this year, he should be hitting about 320, which everybody knows is pretty good. And Harold Ramirez is not the first guy you're going to think of where you're filling out a lineup card, but the Rays are showing us how they can get those players and really get the absolute most out of them. And it's what makes the Rays so much fun to watch. It's really a different guy every night. Now that Wander Franco is back, he can kind of be the guy, but especially while he was out hurt, it was guys like Harold Ramirez really carrying the weight.
This is why I need you for all my fantasy pickups, Sarah. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Time for our picks to click, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Which player will record 2+ bases? There's the lines. Who you got, Kiana?
All right, I'm going with Yandy Diaz. He's plus 105, has an extra base hit in 3 straight games. In his first 22, he had 4, so nearly matched his total. 5 hits in his last 12 at bats through 25 games. In June, he's hitting .282 with a 767 OPS. He does not have a homer this season, but I think it's a good bang for your buck given his extra base hit success as of late. Sierra?
Yeah, I would agree with that. As you're saying, it was minus 105, now plus money on that. And I'm going with Alejandro Kirk, all right? He's plus 120 on that. He's reached base in each of his last 9 games with a 379 average, 4 home runs, 9 RBI over that span. He also has the second highest OPS since May 24th. And there was some line movement on that as well. It was 125, now it's plus 120.
All right, it's time to take a look at our poll results. How many AL East teams will make the postseason? Well, I think you guys are on par with how I was feeling. We're leading at 3. 39% of you guys say 3, right in second place. 28%, 2, 4 teams. 21%. I voted 3. Did you vote?
I like that. Yeah, you're with the majority. Everyone agrees with you.
Yeah. I'm feeling pretty good about it.
She's smart. You should agree with her. All right, first pitch between the Rays and Jays coming your way. Enjoy the game, everybody.
Our first trip north of the border this season, and perfect timing. It's a party in this city this time of year at the beach and at the ballpark. It's been roaring this week. But for now, roof open, temps in the 70s, two of the AL's finest. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is presented by Jersey Mike's. The Tampa Bay Rays crack open a 5-game series over a 4-day span with the Toronto Blue Jays at Rogers Centre in Ontario. We are thrilled to be here. Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube. I'm Scott Braun with my good friend Yonder Alonso, the former All-Star. We made it through customs. That's a win.
We did. We got our bags.
Let's make it through the Open then too,
Let's go.
shall we? So let's start with this Toronto Blue Jays team. Offensive firepower. But the man leading the charge right now, are you a Star Trek guy?
Capitan?
You know, what does this guy not know? Okay, so you guide me through what Captain Kirk brings to the mix for Toronto.
Man, he's been unbelievable. Look, highest OPS since May 2nd. But I'll go even better. He's #1 in WAR as a catcher in MLB with a 3.2 WAR. But what I'm most excited about is his on-base percentage. This guy just does not strike out. He just doesn't do that. And when we talk about his defensive skills, he's got 7 defensive runs saved. That's second most of all catchers. This guy is absolutely doing it all, Scotty Brown. And look, we're seeing it right now with the votes, 3.3 million, just behind Judge and Trout. That's a lot of votes right there.
He is the most popular player in Toronto at the moment. Hey, I know there's some other big names. There's Vladdy Jr., there's Bo, but they are supporting this man. Look, he can do the thing with his...
I can do it.
And I can't do it. Everyone else in the room here, the crew can do it besides me, apparently. But point is, Alejandro Kirk can flat out hit. He has been doing it ever since through the minor leagues up into the bigs. He is a tough out right now for Toronto. They're taking on a Rays team that won the division last year, and they're still in a good spot. They're in a playoff position. They're just not leading the division. They're double-digit games back at the Yankees. Can you read an X-ray?
So-so.
So-so, okay.
I've had too many surgeries.
I appreciate the honesty you have. That's true. So you can at least help me out here with Tampa Bay's X-ray room because it is full at the moment. Brandon Lau, big season last year. He's been hurt since the middle of May, and they're missing him with the lower back issue right now.
Yeah, and let's not forget, 39 homers, 99 RBIs last year. He's in the middle of that lineup, as well as Mike Zunino, who's a catcher, and we know he can slug with 33 homers and 62 RBIs. He's an all-star. He was an all-star last year, and he was off to a fine year as well. They need those two guys back, no question about it. And then when you look at Manuel Margot, he's the guy that kind of gets everybody going. He's the hybrid, right? He can play third, he can play first, he can play second, he can play the outfield. They need Manuel Margot to be back, but it's going to take some time.
But right now they're okay with the reigning American League Player of the Week, who they acquired in a trade right around the start of the season. They deal Austin Meadows for Isaac Paredes, and look at him go, not in the first 20 games of the season, but all of a sudden in the last few weeks, he has found his power stroke, and he is a force in the middle of the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, look, remember the guy they traded for in Austin Meadows, 27 homers, 106 RBIs? Well, when they traded for him, they traded for this guy Paredes, and he's been on a tear last 21 games, absolutely slugging the baseball at 677. His comp is Yandy Diaz. I think he's even better. I think when we look at him and the coaching staff, what they've done with him, they said, hey, take some more chances when you don't have 2 strikes. And when you have 2 strikes, go back to those skills that you already have, your bread and butter, and become that skillful hitter that you got to not strike out.
Tampa Bay Rays manager Kevin Cash said, quiet guy, but loud bat.
Oh,
right now.
loud.
They are loving it, just like they love their franchise cornerstone. And he is a magic man that Amy G is going to talk about. Amy, let's send it down to you for more on Mr. Franco.
Yes, Scott, you're the only one who can't do it. Hey, the Rays aren't going to use it as an excuse, but they certainly could. They've been riddled with injuries this season. 23 players have missed time, but we think there's a ray of hope. They were able to recall that impact player, magic man, as you called him, Scott. Their shortstop, Wander Franco, he went on the IL May 31st with a strained right quad. That was a gut punch for this club. The rookie phenom last season, fans, of course, remember that incredible 43-game on-base streak. And the Rays, they know a good thing when they see it. They locked him up, signing him last November to an 11-year, $182 million contract. So does Wander make a difference? Well, you tell me. Before he went on the IL, the Rays went 26-14 when he played shortstop. They went 14-18 when he didn't play or he DH'd. But here's the big one. During his absence, they went from 6 games back in the AL East to 12.5 behind the Yankees. So if fans are wondering what's going to flip the script for the Tampa Bay Rays, it's a healthy Wander Franco. Gentlemen.
Yes, it's Magic Wander in the lineup batting second. Thank you, Amy. We'll show you that Tampa Bay lineup then. First pitch time in Canada coming at you free globally. Cruising on YouTube. Just about game time in Ontario. A gorgeous afternoon turning into evening here in Canada, and the Rays starting lineup is presented by Jersey Mike's. It begins with Yandy Diaz, Wander Franco, their super shortstop, the switch hitter. There are a ton of switch hitters in this lineup, as you can see. And then there's the right-hander that we spoke about earlier, Isaac Paredes. The first baseman is the AL Player of the Week. 5 homers during that time period, and they're going up against the pitcher. We like to be real here, Yonder. That is struggle city at the moment. Yusei Kikuchi with the ERA north of 5. We saw him on YouTube a few weeks ago. Couldn't make it past the first inning. Here's the bright side, though. I'll give you glass half full. Look at that mark against the Rays in his career.
Yeah, he's pitched well against the Rays, and I think for me, when I look at him, he's just got to get ahead, right? And he understands that. He's a four-seamer, slider, changeup, cutter. We're going to see more of a fastball slider. And look, they want him to succeed. They want him to do his thing like Montoya was saying. Hey, this is our guy. We're going to need him the whole year.
Hey, CN Tower. Hey, Open Roof. What a night. Rays, Blue Jays on YouTube. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, and Amy G. And we are underway. First pitch misses low to Yandy Diaz. Throw, strikes. That's probably the only thing they write on the board for Kikuchi before he starts his day.
Yeah, and you know, I think when we look at him and when I faced him before in the past, he's got excellent stuff. I mean, his fastball's sharp, his slider's good.
And Yandy goes after the second pitch. Teoscar Hernandez in there today for Toronto after not starting yesterday. He hauls it in, and there's one away in the first. And here is your Jersey Mike's breakdown of the Blue Jays left-hander.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he expects himself a better start. He had a really good bullpen prior to this start. Pitching coaches believed that he was on the right track to have a good start. His four-seam command is key. And the reason I say that is because the guy today behind the plate, Mark Wagner, he likes the ball down in the zone. So if he's down in the zone, good things are going to happen. And, of course, using that slider, that cutter mix to surprise hitters and get those first pitch strikes, those are crucial for him. So far, so good.
Yeah, and that's a close play at first. Wander Franco is out by a half a step. Quick throw from Espinal to get him.
Well, just a good play all around. Wander Franco smelling a hit. He said, hey, I think I'm going to take it down the line right here. I'm smelling something. Look at him go. But, man, Espinal right now, just a strike to Guerrero. That's the way you want to do it. And as a first baseman, you want to come off the bag as soon as possible because those guys, they're coming down the line super hard.
I love the land on first base with the safe sign, but he was beat.
Oh, that was nice. That's a good play right there all around.
And first pitch in tight to Harold Ramirez. This is already a much more successful beginning. First two batters for Kikuchi, and they've been a little aggressive against him.
Yeah, and it's been aggressiveness with the fastball, right? And I think when we look at these hitters for the Tampa Bay Rays, they're going to hunt heaters at all time because they understand Kikuchi wants to store strikes, and he wants to get ahead of guys early and feel his way through a first time in the lineup. And to do that, you got to be able to throw your fastballs. You want to get him, you want him to be a 1-2 count, not so much the 2-0s like we're seeing right now.
This is the guy to be careful with, too, this month. 387 for Harold Ramirez and 3 misses from Kikuchi. Ramirez does much more damage against left-handed pitching.
How about this place, huh? Roof open right now. Nice crowd. Oh.
Feeling good.
Oh, look at that.
Big holiday weekend coming up in this city. Canada Day on Friday. There's strike one.
And you know, when I look at Kikuchi, one of the biggest things that gets to me is the tempo. I want to see him go out there and take 10, 15 seconds between pitches, not take 40. I don't want to see him run around the mound and I need him to catch the ball, and it's like you're playing catch. When you're playing catch, pitchers don't need to think as much. They just get the sign and go.
Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of that. Some fastball command off the mark in that AB against Ramirez. And StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud, hooks us up with the arsenal, which features the four-seamer. He's using it more frequently this year, slider, changeup, and the cutter. They're saying, get away from
him. And look, for me, when I look at him, obviously a lot of arm size stuff, but that changeup is crucial. Changeup is crucial, especially when you want to get out of quick innings. You know, maybe if you've had a longer inning, you need a double play. That changeup can play a part, especially with that fastball and that cutter slider that he likes to use as well.
He's missing in that same spot pretty frequently. You see it kind of
up and in.
Yep.
Yeah, and usually when you're missing up and in, two things are happening. You're landing a little late, or you're landing too early and you're spinning off of that, so you're coming around the fastball. Oh, he likes that. Mark Werner likes that call. And reasons why, Scotty? I've been thrown out because of that. I was arguing balls down in the zone, and see ya, he go.
Borderline.
Borderline. Thank you. That's what we say, thank you, right there.
I'm looking for it. The thank you meter is on.
Oh, yeah.
Close call goes the pitcher's way. Thank you.
But he's got to win these 1-1 counts. I think when you look at him, the tempo right now is much better. He wants to get the ball. He's winning the 1-1 counts. He's got really good feel for everything that's happening to him right now. So far, he looks like the old Kikuchi.
He has the highest ERA this month among starters, minimum 5 starts. And gets the whiff and through the inning. Everyone's like, hey, Kikuchi's struggling. We show up, we see a different man in the first inning. He says, take that. First turn at the dish for the Toronto Blue Jays, and George Springer is mic'd up this evening for us. He had a solo home run in center field yesterday. He'll lead the way with Bo Bichette hitting second. Vladdy Jr. in the 3 spot. DH yesterday, he's at first because Kirk is going to be the designated hitter this evening. Teoscar Hernandez back in the starting 9. Gurriel, Chapman, Espinal, and Gabriel Moreno, the rookie catcher, we'll have a look at. This guy is fitting right in, and he is one of the best leadoff hitters, power-wise especially, of all time.
Yeah, he is. And listen, don't let him fool you. First pitch swinging, loves to do it. And you know what I call those? Ricky Henderson rally. Don't be surprised right now if he's jumping off his shoes right now on this first pitch.
So be careful. Bullpen day. Matt Whistler is going to start things off for Tampa Bay. Guess what pitch he's going to throw 92% of the time?
He likes his slider.
Yes, he does. Gets a whiff on it.
Yeah, you know George Springer before the game today, looked at him, he touched me, he said, I'm stealing all your hits that you left on the field from retiring. And I said, oh, okay, Raker, you go ahead and do that now. Go ahead.
He is a burst of joy and energy.
And when you look at Matt Whistler, it's pretty simple. I mean, you're going to get sliders. He's done a phenomenal job with Tampa since 2021 being acquired by the Giants. A 2.52 ERA, a whip of just under 1. This guy's got some really good stuff. He rarely throws his four-seamer, but when he does, his 89 to 90 surprises a lot of people because you are going to see that slider.
Former starter, and he's used to getting ready for the beginning of games. This is his 4th start of the season, but he is a reliever. He does not go long. I would say maybe an inning, and then Ryan Yarborough is expected to eat up the bulk of the innings for Tampa Bay. Two and 2 to Springer, mic'd up all night long.
Let's start with hit it. I have yet to hit it off this guy.
YouTube. Well, we're gonna know. You think another slider's coming here? It's been 4 of them.
Number 5. Doesn't go. Counts full.
You know, it's funny when you face a guy like that, especially as an opener, because you're thinking in the back of your head, at some point, I'm going to be that guy that's going to get the fastball. You know, and then you get back to the dugout and your hitting coach, Guillermo Martinez, is going to tell you, hey, man, you got to be ready for the fastball at all times.
Payoff. That's a good rip, but he was way out in front. He homered yesterday.
What would I say to those right there? That's number 4 on blue. 2 minutes hooking.
I like it. And still the spinner.
That was a spinner.
That one hang a little bit?
Yeah, but he was ready for that. He saw that pitch up in the zone. Those are the ones you want to hit. You want to hit the sliders that are starting kind of right at your face. If you see them coming to your face, those are the ones you want to go on.
Walked him. Leadoff man aboard for Toronto.
That's a good at-bat right there.
This is a 42-33 ball club. They've lost 9 of 15. They're 13.5 back of the New York Yankees. Tampa Bay checking in at 40 wins, 34 losses this season. Simply put, this division is ridiculous. It's the best in baseball, and this is one of the better lineups that you'll see.
We saw Bogue's dad earlier today during batting practice. When he's around, it means that Bo Bichette's about to get hot.
You think so?
I think so. Anytime my dad would come over, you know, usually when I was struggling, right? That's usually when it happened. Something would just happen. You know, Michael Brantley was one of those guys too. His dad would come over and it's like, let me check you out, man. Let me see what's going on. And man, they would just turn it on.
That is a strike to Bo Bichette. The slider catches the inner corner. So that's the trick for some coaches and front office members. Call dad and say, hey, why don't you go visit your son? We'll hook you up with a plane ticket.
Come on over.
And Dante Bichette, a legend. Yeah, great conversation with him earlier.
I said, hey, Dante, how long are you going to be here? He goes, oh.
On a few hops, there's one. The fire to first with plenty of time, and Bo Bichette is doubled up.
I said, how long are you going to be here? You know, he said, well, as long as Bo wants me here. They turned that smoothly, huh?
Yeah, that's
this is how you turn it right here. Boom, boom. Oh, perfect strike. You know, it's one of the things that goes so underrated in the big leagues is these guys, they can throw for so many directions, but yet they're always throwing strikes. You know, when you throw a strike, more than not, good things are going to happen.
Franco to Walls to Paredes. And now Vladdy Jr. Best on the squad in homers and RBIs. No surprise. It's going to be a battle. We have 5 games in 4 days in this series.
Yep.
We're calling the first.
And Kevin Cash talked about that. Those were one of the things he talked about. He says, hey, we need to try to make sure we just don't unload on the first couple of games because we understand this is a long series.
They had a bullpen day yesterday as well.
Boy, but when you talk to him, huh? You get into the clubhouse, into his office, you can just smell the leadership. You can smell the desire to win. Everything's under control, right? It's like the world's falling, but yet he's got that locker room expecting to win every day, as well as Montoya. He is calm, cool, and collective.
Foul ball. Yeah, Kevin Cash is already in his 8th season managing Tampa Bay. Hired for this job at 36 years old. He is the second longest tenured active manager to Terry Francona, and he was a part of Francona's staff earlier with Cleveland.
I was there when Francona took his scooter, put it in the middle of the field for batting practice. Or no, wait, he took Francona's scooter and put it in the field for batting practice. He's a jokester. It's a healthy hack right there. That is a healthy hack. That is sitting on that slider, seeing it up, and trying to just unleash. Here's another one.
We'll see if he can time up the 2-2 with 2 outs in the home first. He cannot. Nicely done from Matt Whistler to open the game. Works around a walk, double play, strikes out Vladdy Jr. No score through 1. Hey, you have options. The choice is yours. Simply click the gear icon in your player, choose audio track, select either primary broadcast, that's us, or take your pick of the Rays or the Blue Jays, the home or the road radio calls, all available on your favorite device, and that's how to get it done. We have some in-game interviews, if you're listening to us, coming up in a bit. Shane McClanahan and Kevin Gossman scheduled to join us quite soon. 2 good ones.
Yeah.
2 all-star starters.
How about, yeah, and
in my mind.
Kevin Cash was just raving about McClanahan, huh? It's like he is unbelievable.
Well, look at what he's dealing with on a nightly basis. He's running into most of the AL East in his starts lately, which is incredible. Back to Yusei Kikuchi facing Paredes, Brujan, and Walls here in the second. Ryan Yarborough getting warm in the Tampa Bay bullpen. We should see him in the next half inning.
Boy, look at those splits, huh? It's always tough first 2 weeks in your big league career, right? Understanding, getting your feet wet, and trying to show out for your guys, trying to show out for your team, making them feel like, hey, I belong. I'm going to carry this load. It's very hard. It's not that easy. But I think what Kevin Cash and their staff has done is, hey, relax. Don't look behind you. Everything's okay. Look only forward. Try to get better every single day. And clearly, he's taking that into stride.
Rips a 1-1 foul, and you can see he is much more aggressive early in counts. It's a different swing. Now with 2 strikes, he'll shorten up. We saw in the 1-0, very healthy hack as well.
Yeah, he's a guy that when he first came up, it was the hitting ability first, right? This guy is a pure hitter, and what I mean by that is there's a slugging ability that comes into that as well. Well, he didn't necessarily have that. And what we're seeing now is the bread and butter, right? With 2 strikes, he goes back to kind of using the whole field, whereas, you know, when he doesn't have that, hey, take your shot. I mean, we're seeing it in the big league, in batting practice, how you're just launching balls. Why not take a crack at it? And I think we're seeing more and more of that now. And look, I think it's a credit to not only Kevin Cash, but the hitting coach, Chad Mottola. He's kind of the one that brought it into light to him and say, hey, if we're seeing this every single day, come on, man, you're a raker. You can go get it. Why not? It's not easy though, too. Let me tell you, I mean, you can want to say something and try to do something. That doesn't mean it's going to happen in between those white lines.
Kikuchi rings him up. First out in the second. Yeah, the Rays really like what they see from Isaac Paredes. They think it's, like you mentioned earlier, a young Yandy Diaz, perhaps with more power.
I agree. Maybe a little better. Just because of the power. I'll tell you what, with Kikuchi, though, You seen this tempo? This is the tempo that I'm used to seeing by him. I mean, this is, let's go. Let's go. Give me the ball. Let me get set. Let me get my sign. Here we go. No shaking off. Just going.
We see everyone in the live chat. Sports Gaming Universe. Love the baby blue unis.
Heads up. Here we go. Oh.
You got to tell everyone what you mean when you say that.
Oh, that ball was coming. It was coming in hot.
To the booth. Just missed.
Just missed.
What do you think of these uniforms?
Oh, these are beautiful.
Now you went around 2 strikes.
That's a 1-1 count. That you want to win those 1-1 counts, and I think for him, he understands they're very important counts. Would he go back to that changeup like he did in the first inning?
Yeah, the changeup he buried to Arozarena to finish off the first.
It's a harder changeup too, like right there. That was a changeup. You know, 86, 87 miles an hour. He likes to throw that pitch. Not necessarily in the scouting report do you think that's in there, but look, he's usually more of a fastball slider. He likes the slider in this count, especially in on hands. Right there.
And he got him. He has struck out 3 in a row.
And when you're facing a guy like this, sharp slider, you only get so many of them, and that was a good one right there. You want to load up to that back foot. He certainly did. Just a good pitch right there. Hadn't completely fooled. You throw him a changeup prior to that. Now you have windows, right? Now you can go up in the zone. You can go down in the zone. You can go back to that changeup. He decided to go down and in on that slider. Just a devastating pitch for a right-hander.
So now Taylor Walls.
And the interesting thing about this, right, with Kikuchi is the longer he stays out there, the more confident he's going to feel. Like, right, he's going to have this swagger about him where all he's seeing is that mitt, and that mitt's going to get bigger and bigger. And Matt Chapman, my goodness, there he is again.
That's a big mitt. For many years, the vacuum at third. 3 up, 3 down in the second. Kikuchi flying so far. Four, 5, and 6 due up for Toronto in this second already, going up against a new pitcher. Matt Whistler with a clean first, and here comes Ryan Yarborough, who should give them multiple innings. Let's give you the latest All-Star voting update. Kirk, Vladdy Jr., Bo Bichette, and George Springer, I'll say, advanced to that next round where now they'll be matched up against some position players to decide in this next round of voting who's starting in the All-Star game. So that means for us, our first poll question, if you're new to the party here on YouTube, you can contribute. Anyone can vote. Look at your screen right now. Get involved. Which Blue Jay is most deserving to start in the All-Star game? Sure, you'd want to say all of the above, but Kirk, Vladdy Jr., Bo Bichette, or George Springer, take your pick. We'll deliver ours in a sec. Let's get more from Amy. Amy, do you have a pick?
Well, gentlemen, as you said, the Blue Jays will be well represented at the Midsummer Classic in LA, and the first phase of voting has come to an end. So fans, we still need you. As Scott mentioned, 4 Blue Jay position players have a very realistic chance to start this game, in who he mentioned: Vlad Jr., Bo Bichette, George Springer, and of course catcher Alejandro Kirk. Now, this is special for sure, but it's not the first time that this has happened. Back in 1993, John Olerud, Paul Molitor, Joe Carter, and Roberto Alomar all started at the All-Star game. That team went on to win the World Series, just saying. So fans, you still have a say. Download the MLB app, visit your favorite MLB website, cast your vote for your favorite player. Gentlemen, who are you voting for?
What about you, Amy? You first. Who are you voting for?
I am definitely voting for Kirk.
Kirk?
I love that guy.
That's your pick. I'm with you.
I'm simply voting for Kirk because, look, they all deserve it. But the walkout song that he comes out to, oh, man, that's a beautiful song. I like that, yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, that gets you going. You know? My hips are just.
So are his. Every AB lately. He's okay with 2 strikes. That one is going to go out of play. I like that. A little.
It's just
working the pipes from yonder here. In the second. Let's go. What's the 8th going to look like?
Oh man, that's a beautiful thing. Working the pipes. I'm telling you, man. I look when you look at Kirk, it is as special as he gets. He doesn't strike out. He is just fun to watch, and especially with 2 strikes. This is when the at bat starts. Okay.
Try on the framing from Mejia, but he has a pristine eye. The plate discipline is there. More walks than strikeouts. Contact, more power this year using the lower half.
Yeah, he's Juan Soto, Luis Arraez type. I mean, when we look at him, it's 50 walks with 49 strikeouts. He's one of 3 active hitters with more career walks than strikeouts. Okay, minimum of 450 plate appearances. That's enough right there to let you know, hey, this guy's got a really good eye. And you know what's the best part about this too is the umpires know this. Reasons for it is because he's behind the plate. He's letting you know what's a strike and a ball for the most part of the game.
1-2 on the way. Almost hit him. That's been an issue lately. He was hit twice in the last series against Boston. Here comes some boos from Jays fans, and any that were here yesterday saw little benches clearing action between the two.
It was, let's just say, a PG-13.
Yeah, it was friendly.
It was friendly. It was okay.
Punches thrown. Vladdy was involved. We have video evidence. That's a miss and a full count.
You know, that's a good pitch that maybe he will get called for, but it's giving Kirk, he's already got that reputation of, hey, if I'm not swinging at it, there's a good chance it's going to be a ball. There we see it again. I mean, it's borderline. Mejia did a good job right there of framing that.
And on the ground and diving stop by Wall to keep it in front of him, but the throw is late and it trickles away from Paredes. Infield knock for Kirk.
The fastest man alive right there. George Springer was giving him props for the wheels. It's an Escalade going down that line, baby. Look at him go. He smells it right here. Oh, here we go. That's nice right there. Smelled the hit, got a hit. Like, oh. He'll get an earful in the dugout, that's for sure.
We'll see if Teoscar Hernandez and company can bring him home. First pitch, blast. Deep left, sky high and gone. Teoscar Hernandez muscles up for 2 and the Blue Jays strike first. Whoa.
Well, there's no surprise with Teoscar Hernandez. 944 OPS and 32 plate appearances against lefties. He can absolutely mash lefties, and by the way, he can absolutely have really good at-bats against Yarbrough. He's one of the few guys that has had an OPS over 800 against Yarbrough for this Toronto Blue Jays offense. We know how potent they are, but man, Teoscar Hernandez is back where he left off, doing his thing. Just a really good swing, middle in, did not try to do too much, stayed through the baseball, and he knew it was gone as soon as it hit it.
And now up to Lourdes Gurriel, and that home run, I think, also tells the story on why we're here. You see it on your screen, and it goes, what, maybe to the 10th, 12th row. It's not even double deck, but a majestic blast to see the trajectory. Right side for Walls. He's up with it.
Yeah,
first out.
And I think with Yarbrough, those are the outs he needs to pick up, right? The soft contact. He leads the league in soft contact, but with this right here with Teoscar Hernandez, just a bad pitch up in the zone, and man, it was majestic. It was high, but he knew he hit it as soon as he left his bat. For the Barrio. Get yourself a Barrio jersey right there. A nice little jacket.
Do they sell those in replica form?
I don't know. Maybe.
Get the research staff on it.
Yeah.
On to Matt Chapman. 2 homers, 8 driven in his last 6. All right-handed hitters in this lineup tonight against the left-handed bulk innings man out of the bullpen for Tampa Bay, Yarbrough.
Yeah, and Matt Chapman, Captain America, what I like to call him, last 19 games, he's been absolutely swinging the bat. 5 homers, 7 doubles. He likes to face left-handers. There's a huge gap and splits between lefties and righties. He's always been able to match left-handers. It's always a good sign to see him, though, as well, hitting right-handers. And, you know, what did Montoya said? He's the same guy when he was, you know, struggling than when he is now. When he's doing his thing, that's how you know you pull for a guy like that and ask, well, what's been changed? He says, well, he's been swinging at strikes. He's using the whole field. He's doing the things he needs to do, but the main key here is he's swinging at strikes.
These are numbers in AAA for Yarbrough. Not great, although he's coming off his best start of the year. 6 innings, 8 strikeouts. It's a little uncharacteristic for him. He's not a big swing and miss guy. One of the lower velocities you'll see from the fastball in Major League Baseball. In fact, since the start of 2018, the soft tosser in all of the league. About 85 miles an hour on average. Chapman on a couple hard hops to short, and Franco puts him away.
Yeah, he needs to get ground balls, and one of the biggest things with Yarbrough is he's just got to throw strikes, right? The stuff he's got, he can't be falling 2-0, 1-0 on these hitters, because these hitters, major league hitters, will make you pay, and they will just wait you out. For him, it's about getting strike 1 and winning those 1-1 counts.
It's been much more of a struggle the past couple seasons for Yarbrough. He was sent down earlier this year. You look at his run from 2018 to 2020, an above average pitcher. Strike 1 to Espinal.
He's been swinging a bat, huh?
Yeah.
Last 4 games, he's got 3 multi-hit games. It's always nice to have those.
Where's the break in this lineup when it's Espinal, a Moreno who is really just getting going in his big league career?
In between innings, man. That's the break.
That's good.
You know, what do you get? 45 seconds into the break? I'll get you a coffee.
This lineup is special.
This lineup is as special as it gets, man.
You need more than a coffee.
You know, and when you look at this lineup too, it's not only the guys, you know, it's the staff. Guillermo Martinez, who we know got suspended for a little bit of time, he's got their guys' backs. Right? I mean, this is a guy, when you look at him, this offense has been with him for a long time, right? And Guillermo Martinez, he's a workaholic. He loves to work with these guys. They're all together. You know, it's like they go 0-for-4 and he goes 0-for-4 with them. And when they succeed and go 4-for-4, he's with them just as much.
Bouncer to Franco, so he makes 2 plays to get Chapman and Espinal. You're right. Hey, hitting coaches do not last long usually.
He's lasted.
You guys have a good one. And he's loving what he's seeing from Teoscar Hernandez. The Jays account going, hey, outer space, baby. It's 2-0 Toronto. Top three in Toronto, 2-0 Jays, and we have our guest list opening up with a stud. Shane McClanahan on a roll so far this season, the ace of the Rays. You can see his 8-3 record in 15 starts, sub-2 earned run average, and what division is he mostly pitching against?
American League East.
That's called the best division.
That is.
Your Jersey Mike's interviews Shane McClanahan hanging out with us right now for this third inning. Shane, how are you? And who are you talking to? Are you getting bothered already?
No, I just got pelted with a piece of bubble gum in the neck. And it had some MPHs on it, so I'm trying to fight for my life right now.
It's a weekly thing, so yeah, make sure you pay attention so you can, protect the moneymaker. But hang out with us as well as we watch Kikuchi here going up against your squad with Mejia, Lowe, and Diaz in the third. So first off, just in general, how fun has this year been for you with this ball club?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've been lucky to be with these guys the last couple of years and built some good relationships, and it's a lot of fun to be on that field with them.
Go ahead.
I'll also say, so everyone watching right now in the chat, if you want to mix in some questions, because I didn't mention it earlier, Shane McClanahan will take them. I'll mix them in as we push ourselves along here. So also, we're looking back at the pitch mix and what changed for you. So let's run through that for a moment too, Shane, and how you're using the slider less this season, much more of the changeup, and it looks better than ever. And we're actually watching a starter right now that Yonder said has pretty nice changeup, and he's got a feel for it this afternoon. So what do you think about the way that your changeup has felt?
I think it's definitely gone a lot better than last year. I think I threw that pitch probably, maybe 3% of the time. So that was a big point of focus for me going into the off season. Just try to improve my craft and just really trust Snyder and what he taught me and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's one question I wanted to ask is Yonder Alonso here, Shane. How important has Kyle Snyder been, man? Because it just keeps going, right? He continues to build high-end character pitchers, guys who are always in the front line of Cy Young votes. How much fun has that been creating that relationship with him?
Yeah, I think the relationship has been awesome. I've been so lucky to be a part of this organization since they drafted me in 18, and I've become such a different player, pitcher, teammate, because of it, and very lucky to be a part of this group.
That's 4 strikeouts for Kikuchi already.
Yeah, and one other question too is I want to take you into, as we see right here with this pitch, nice. It's kind of a changeup, but a split fastball change is a little harder. But Shane, I want to take you back into the arsenals of the 2021 and 2022, kind of the off season. What was that like for you? And did you know going into this year that you said, hey, I think my stuff can get really nasty. Let's get an L screen out there, huh? What do you say, an L screen?
Dude, Ras is get a shot on Ras. Look at him. He's armed right now. He's going for the kill.
Come on, man.
I know. Look, he's playing nice right now that the cameras are on. Oh, there he goes. See, you see it. I caught that one though. But stop.
Drew Rasmussen, yeah, he's pesky.
So take me into the offseason of Shane McClanahan's 2021-2022.
Yeah, obviously I had a really sour taste in my mouth after the postseason. We fell a little short, and I think we had a really good team last year, and definitely wanted to build off that. So I took that season last year and learned a lot from it, and so I took that into the offseason and just tried to be a complete pitcher and set this team up and try and help them win a lot of games this year.
I'm going to get some questions in here. We'll start with David in the chat. Shane, who is your favorite player growing up?
Growing up, Cal Ripken Jr. I'm from Baltimore, so I had the privilege of going to a couple Orioles games at Camden Yards and seeing the great number 8 play.
First hit of the day for the Rays. It's Yandy Diaz with the base hit right side. You grew up close to the ballpark, didn't you?
Yeah, I grew up about, I think it was like 12 minutes from the ballpark, and I get to go see the house every now and then when we get back to Baltimore, so it's always nice to get back.
That's nice.
I'm sure you've heard this one quite frequently. Sports Storm saying, what is it like to play in arguably, and I'm not even going to say arguably, let's cross that off, the most competitive division in MLB?
It's awesome. I think, you honestly get a lot better competing against the best every single time you basically take the mound, and it's a lot of fun. The talent is unbelievable. Like, I get to watch my guys go after it, and then I get to watch whoever we're playing get after it. It's really fun to watch a team like the Blue Jays, go get after their business and handle whatever, do everything they got to do to win a ball game.
Shane, forget the opposing guys, but how about this guy that's up to the plate right now? How much fun is it to watch him every day?
He's special, man. Yeah, he's a generational player. I really believe that. I've had the privilege, playing with Wander from low A, Princeton, which is short season rookie ball, up until now. So, I've seen the progression, and it's been special the whole way.
Joshua Cash wants to know favorite stadium to pitch at. A few of those asking favorite place to pitch from CTR El Sol. So I know you're just getting going, first full season here, but where have you had the most fun besides your home ballpark?
I love Fenway, Yankee Stadium. The crowds are always awesome. It's a lot of fun to pitch there. Usually a really good game.
Have you pitched here yet?
No, I haven't. So,
so that's coming up.
First time Saturday.
It's going to be.
I've always wanted to ask pitchers. One guy that just when you got to the league and you said, "Wow." Never mind. We'll get to that. We'll get to that another tape.
Another time. Shane, you were great, and tell Drew Rasmussen. We'll get him on.
Man, I got Harold told me to shout him out, so I got to shout out Harold Ramirez. Man, he's been crushing all year for us, and we're.
I gotta see the hair.
Yeah, come here, Harold.
Got him. Shane, thank you. We appreciate the time. We got to hit a quick break, but tell Harold we're going to talk all about him coming up.
You got to talk about this guy. He's doing some special stuff for us this year.
The pelo.
Yeah, show the hair. Show the hair.
This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Jersey Mike's. We're in Toronto. Former Big League All-Star Yonder Alonso, along with Amy G. I'm Scott Braun, and we have the All-Star George Springer mic'd up and on deck.
He's the fastest man alive. He's the fastest man alive. Ready? Look at boink. Run, Kirky. Go, Kirky.
That is, let's get a check over to first. No, ball one to Gabriel Moreno. That is some gold from George Springer. He's a good one to mic up.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
And the rookie catcher for Toronto makes contact, but the Rays have a man there in Walls. One down in the home third, and back to George Springer for his second at-bat of the day after the leadoff walk. We are seeing more strike throwing, really, from both starters, and that was the number one thing for them to work on. Ryan Yarborough, 6 out of 6 first pitch strikes. Again, what did he do?
Well, you know, what I like to do there is let's blue number 4 hooking 2 minutes George Springer penalty box.
And they know what you're talking about up here.
I don't know if that's the correct way to do it.
I'm sure we'll hear it in the
we'll
chat.
Get there. Yeah.
Big hockey group in this neck of the woods.
That's what you're going to get, though, from Yarborough, right? You're going to get a lot of foul balls. You're going to get a lot of check swings. You're going to get a lot of jam jobs, second base on those ground balls. It's just a funky delivery. You know, he doesn't necessarily throw that hard, but everything gets on you. He hides the ball very well, and when he's on point, he's living on the edges. Biggest thing right now is understanding as a hitter, not trying to do too much. See the baseball before you go attack, right? You don't want to get so jammed up. These are moments right here where he likes to go in on guys, try to jam them up. This is where you want to see the baseball up in the zone, like right there, and go get it. Yeah, it just fools you. It never gets there, and the reason it's so hard to hit is because nowadays you're seeing most of these guys throwing 98, 99 miles an hour. When you're facing a guy like this that you rarely ever see, it's an absolute adjustment period for the hitter.
Ooh.
Don't like that.
I mean, do you think that was intentional?
No, I think it was a cutter up and in. Just it continued to go up and in on George right there, but I don't think there was any intent right there to go in, especially with 2 strikes. This is just a move your feet, old school style, bow tie pitch, and then work softer off of that.
3-2 and funny hop, but right to Walls. He's on it. So a pitch that was a hair from hitting George Springer leads to the full count and the ground ball. Let's finish up the first poll of the day on YouTube. Most deserving All-Star. I think all 4 are going to make it. But
yeah.
Results.
When you look at Kirk, though.
Yeah, I mean, he is having a special first half. He has looked like, is it fair to say, by far the best catcher in the American League?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Another one tight to Bo Bichette. Okay.
Great flow. What a mop. Anytime you go up and in like that, I mean, for Bo, got to drop everything. The helmet's got to go. Okay, but now I get to show off my flow. But okay. Hello, wake up.
Here. They show it between innings where all of the players tried on a Bo Bichette wig, and there he goes to left. That's gonna bounce and kick up.
Oh, we're gonna have a play. We're gonna have a play
for 2 and in there.
Oh man.
2-out double, Bo Bichette.
Well, his dad's in town. He's feeling some type of way right now, especially when they come up and in on you like that. Gets a hanging slider, stayed through the baseball, and boy, he was smelling that double off the bat.
When you receive some chin music earlier in the at-bat, does it feel a little better?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a message you're sending, and that's a message I want to receive back, right? I want to make sure I go off the wall on that at-bat, make sure I focus a little bit more and make somebody pay. Let them know, hey, that's not okay to go up and in on me like that. But just a good swing overall by Bo right there. As we see Kyle Snyder right there, he's unbelievable, as good as it gets for a pitching coach.
There's our poll results. Kirk wins big. And that's saying something because Vladdy Jr. finished in 2nd place for AL MVP last year. If there wasn't the unicorn that is Shohei Ohtani pitching and hitting, he wins that most years, of course. And Vladdy's off to another great first half, especially the month of June, the power coming alive. But what Kirk has done is just so unique. And that's first pitch to Diaz. Across the diamond, side retired. 3 ground ball outs for Ryan Yarbrough, mixed around that Bo Bichette double. 2-0 Jays off the Hernandez 2-run shot in the 2nd after 3. 3 scoreless, 1 hit, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts for Yusei Kikuchi, getting in the zone pregame. Did you ever do this?
I did. I definitely did. I mean, he's understanding what he's got to do. He's going through a whole lineup and how he thinks the game's gonna go for him. So far, though, he's been outstanding.
Little pregame meditation, deep breaths, and off to a strong start at home against a good Rays ball club. 4th inning action, 3, 4, and 5 due up for Tampa Bay. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, Amy G. We're on YouTube globally, cracking open the 4th. And ball 1 to Harold Ramirez, who Shane McClanahan is clearly a big fan of.
Yeah.
Brought him over, and it was fun to talk to Shane. But
we talk about Bo Bichette's hair. I mean, this guy's got blue hair.
That's right. Big swings for Tampa Bay lately from Ramirez. 27 years old, signed by the Pirates out of Columbia in July of 2011. 6 organizations, ending up with Tampa Bay and hitting his stride right now.
Yeah, and look, he's a guy that loves to face left-handers. Average of a 390 rate. He takes healthy hacks against lefties, and reasons for that is it's very short. His approach plays the part of a left-hander where you want to attack kind of the middle to right center approach feel. This Toronto Blue Jays, though, their outfield, they can sense that too. That he likes going the other way, especially with 2 strikes. They all kind of shifted to the right center gap with George Springer going over there, leaving a huge gap in that left center. That National car rental, there's a huge gap there, but with Kikuchi's approach right now, what he's trying to do, he's probably either going up in the zone or more burying that slider down and in.
Got him. Strikeout number 6 for Kikuchi.
Yeah, and it wasn't the fastball slider, it was that hard changeup that he's been throwing with 2 strikes. It just comes off the table right there. I like seeing that pitch right there for him. It's a pitch that he hasn't used that much. It's been more fastball, slider in the past. Today, he's putting together that split fastball, and it's been working for him.
It's time to unleash that changeup more frequently in his future starts. Out of the 6 strikeouts, 4 of them coming from that changeup.
Yeah, and we're seeing right now he's getting more comfortable. The velocity's getting up there now. He's thrown some 95, 96 mile an hour fastballs, where earlier in the game it was more 91, 92, trying to feel his way through the first part of that lineup. But right now, I mean, look, he is in a groove. The kind of the momentum has shifted completely. He is very comfortable where he's at right now. You know, he's not walking around the mound. That's one of the things that I noticed with him. You know, even when it was 2-0, 3-1 down the count, he loved to walk around the mound, kind of slow things down, where right now it's telling him, hey, you've already slowed it down enough. Just grab the ball and go for it. How about Randy Arozarena's yellow boots?
They stand out. That's strike 1. That's right down the pipe. Where's he going?
I don't know.
Was that the cutter?
That was just a groovy fastball right there.
I mean, that's a good one to hit if you have the green light.
I'm throwing another one like that.
A 4-seamer.
It's like that little slider cutter. It's a harder cutter today than it's been in the past. He usually likes to throw it at 86, 88 miles an hour. Today's 90, 91. Mixing up that fastball. I mean, he's got good stuff today. Everything's up a tick.
There he goes. Matching a season high with 7 strikeouts now tonight.
Yeah, it's effective. When you got velo up like that, you can miss up in the zone with that cutter. He's been down for the most part against Arozarena right now, but his stuff is just the confidence that he's got with it right now. It's just electric. It's the old Kikuchi that we've always seen, the man that Toronto signed for and was expecting. He is definitely putting on a display right now.
3 years, $36 million in the offseason. That one's smoked foul by Paredes. Ball retriever on it.
Yeah, he was on it.
Another pole coming at you. It involves the man at the plate. How do you now feel about the Paredes Meadows trade? You have 4 options. Austin Meadows has battled vertigo, COVID, number of days on the IL so far this season. No home runs for him. So liked it 3 months ago, meaning you were on it. Hopping on the Paredes float. That's me. Still miss Meadows or need more time.
Well, I think when you look at Tampa, what they get, they got a first round as well in that trade, which is a huge situation for the Tampa Bay and their farm system. But at the same time, I still think we need more time. You know, it's not fair for either of those guys. I mean, we're talking about Paredes with 105 at-bats this year. I think if you got to give him more at-bats, you got to give him more time. But so far right now, obviously Paredes is really having a strong year.
He had a 4-game tear that concluded Sunday. That is ball 3.
Yeah.
10 for 15, 5 homers, 9 RBIs in a 4-game stretch. It was like, hello.
I'm intrigued right now in this count 3-1. He likes to throw that cutter, that hard cutter. He doesn't necessarily like that fastball if he's going to respect Paredes right here.
And that is driven to deep left. If it is fair, it is Garcia. Wow. Isaac Paredes handles that one and puts the Rays on the board. It's his 11th of the year.
Yeah, it was cutter up in the zone, and he was ready for it. He threw it to Arozarena, which Arozarena missed with that 3-2. He certainly threw it to Paredes, and he did not miss. Left it out over the plate, 3-1, a hitter's count. He took absolute advantage of it. He did not miss it. Just a really good swing, staying through the baseball. He is putting on a display this year like no other. A very quiet guy, but with the bat, it is as loud as it gets. We see that 3-1 cutter. Just didn't get in enough, and he was absolutely ready for it. He took a shot. That's the shot that Kevin Cash was talking about. 3-1, 2-1, hitter's counts. You got to go and unleash, my man. Go rake something. Now, it's funny with Kikuchi, is he going to make an adjustment off of that? Right? That's what I want to see. Is he going to continue to pound these righties with this cutter, 90-91, or is he going to start using more of that changeup in hitter's counts or that slider?
Strike 1 to Brujan. I mean, the changeup has been unreal so far tonight for Kikuchi, but he wanted that one back.
Yeah, he's saying right there, I just left it out over.
Brujan roller. And Bichette. Inning over. Yeah, left one over and to the wrong guy. He is on an absolute heater. Hottest hitter for the Rays. The power surge continues for Isaac. 2-1 mid-4. Big signing this offseason for Toronto to boost their starting staff. They lose Robbie Ray. They add Kevin Gausman and his ridiculously elite splitter to the mix, signed in December of 2021. An all-star last year, finished 6th place in NL Cy Young voting. And joining us right now, our Jersey Mike's interview, is Kevin Gausman. Kevin, good evening. And we're looking at your line from Monday, 7 innings, 2 walks, 10 strikeouts. How is life in Toronto for you?
been good. I mean, it's definitely its own country. You definitely can tell you're in another country, which is super unique and super cool. This fan base is incredible. The fact that you get to represent an entire country is super unique and just really exciting. Obviously, the team that we have has been really exciting to watch, and I think if you're a Blue Jays fan right now, you got to be excited about right now and the future going forward.
Kevin, Yonder Alonso here, man. What's up, brother? I just wanted to ask you about your last start. 10 strikeouts, got the win, 7-2 game against the Red Sox. What was working for you?
Really it all starts with fastball command, really, and then I kind of play my off speed off of that, and had a little bit more life the other day than maybe in the past couple of starts. And, my fastball was just kind of running in on some righties, and, the way they were swinging it, Kirky just has a good feel for, calling a game behind the dish. And so he just kept calling that. And, we got some ugly swings and some weak contact when we needed it. So, but it's been great. I mean, throwing to Kirk, obviously the season that he's having right now has been incredible and just fun to watch every single day. You don't know how many hits he's going to get, but he's going to get at least one or two,
Yeah, and I wanted to talk to you about that because with Kirk, we talk about his hitting so much, but the ability to call a game, the ability to frame balls, the ability to just play really back there, just control a whole game. How much fun has that been for you?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's, only 23, 24 years old is incredible. The fact that he's able to, not really have much time in professional baseball, to be honest. Not much time above high A, and came into, from what I heard, came into, the COVID year and just kind of killed it at summer camp and the alt site, and, really kind of opened some eyes. And ever since then, he's just been, a menace out there at the plate. And so hits the ball really hard and doesn't give away at bats. And I think what makes him so special is his ability to, he can hit a changeup down and away from a lefty, and he can also hit, a four-seamer up and in from a righty. And so as a pitcher, watching him play every day, it's kind of like, where do you go? Do you just let him hit a single to right, or do you try to attack him knowing that, he might hit a 3-run homer on you too. So, but he's been a lot of fun to watch, and having him and Gabby back there, super young and not much experience at the major league level, but man, the talent and the ability to make adjustments on the fly has been really cool. And, you saw it in Gabby's debut. I got some guys on in the first inning, and, he didn't hesitate to come out there and, kind of lock me back in. And so to be able to do that at 22 is pretty incredible. And, the talent that this team has is just really fun to watch every night.
Yeah, it's an impressive young group of catchers and the lineup in general, as Hernandez takes the first pitch for a strike on the inside corner. Kirk just sent a fly ball to right that Brujan was able to run down. We have questions from the YouTube crowd in the live chat in a moment, but I have a friend of yours to bring in on our team today, Amy G. It's all you.
All right. Hi, Kevin. I had the pleasure of working with you several seasons in San Francisco, and I know you're the father of two beautiful girls, Sadie and Sutton. And Sutton was born when you were a San Francisco Giant. I was hoping you could share with the crowd how you came up with her name.
Yeah, so I mean, my oldest is named Sadie Grace, and so, when we knew we were going to have another girl, we were kind of searching for a name that started with an S, and a lot of debating, and when I was in Atlanta, I was lucky enough to be around and listen to Dawn Sutton, do the radio broadcast, and so, one day I just kind of brought the name to her, and she really liked it, and the more she kind of, just as a girly girl that my wife is, she's writing her name down and the initials and kind of seeing how it looks, and the more and more we just kind of thought that Sadie and Sutton, just sounded really, really cute together, and so that's what we went with.
Teoscar Hernandez has crushed two baseballs, one in the air and one on the ground down the line. It's good for a one-out double. There it is again, as we're chatting with Kevin Gausman during this half inning, and we have a ton of great questions from the YouTube audience right now. Let's start with 7-Star Sword. Kevin, how's the food in Toronto? Do you have a favorite spot?
I haven't really been able to venture out that much, you know, being a dad with 2 young kids, you know, nap times and that type of thing definitely kind of go into what we're trying to do away from, you know, just getting to the ballpark on time. But you know, the poutine is obviously a huge thing. The French fries with the gravy, you know, that's a big thing. But you know, really, I feel like whatever food you like in Toronto, like you're going to be able to find it. Whether it's Jamaican food or you know, Cuban food, like you can find whatever you want. It's just such a diverse city, you know, with so many different ethnicities. And so, you know, if you like food and you're coming to Toronto trying to find a certain something, like you can find it for sure. So definitely looking forward to being able to kind of go out and do more, you know, as the girls get a little bit older, and we can kind of just lock in on being here a little bit, you know, more.
Yonder has a recommendation for you. I mean, let's
yeah,
start
I mean,
with Jacobs.
You got to go to Jacobs. Jacobs Steakhouse, by far.
Jacobs is the best. Yeah, I mean,
it's Yonder's favorite restaurant.
Yeah, take Mom.
Like, he's been everywhere.
Take Mom. You're going to have a good time.
Oh, yeah, I've been to Jacobs many times. I mean, if you're looking for a good steakhouse in Toronto, you know,
that's a spot,
that's
right?
The spot for sure, absolutely. it's great, you know, and you go there, you'll see a lot of baseball players usually in there, and hockey players. You know, the athletes definitely love that place.
You see Lourdes Gurriel reaching for one, and there's Wander Franco thinking about third.
He was.
Going to first, and now Matt Chapman will dig in. Here's Jordan with a question. Aho Gossman, what's your hair care routine?
I mean, not much, honestly. You know, I can't wash it too much because the more I wash it, it just gets frizzy. You know, so I've learned, and you know, I've been lucky enough. I got Bo on the team. I can talk to him, and even when I was growing out my hair last season in San Francisco, you know, having Brandon Crawford, who I think has, you know, some of the best hair in the league, talking to him, you know, just, hey, what do? You know, he just kind of lathers that thing up before every game, and his hair is disgusting. Like, if you feel it, you know, it's gross. It looks great, but the feeling of it is pretty different. So, you know, it's taken a little time to figure it out, but, you know, it's definitely, it's annoying at times, for sure.
Kevin, I want to ask you about Montoya. I mean, you've been lucky to be with some great managers. How much fun has he been, and how cool and chill is he?
Yeah, super laid back. You know, I think just with the team that we have, fits really well. He's able to just kind of, you know, let the guys go out there, you know, and just kind of throw a lineup out there, and these guys are going to go out and bang and play hard. And, you know, the veteran leadership that we have on this team, always doing early work and everything that they need to do to, you know, to do the fundamental things day in and day out in the big leagues. And so when you have, you know, guys like that kind of set the tone, I think, you know, it makes the manager's job a little bit easier.
Have you played the tambores?
No, but I mean, I hear him in there all the time banging away. I mean, he's got all sorts of stuff in there, and I mean, he can really play it, man. Like, he sounds great. You know, he does play along with the music, so it's hard to figure out, like, you know, what's Charlie and what's the actual music. You know, but super unique and cool to hear him in there banging away.
He's awesome. And so are you, Kevin. Always really appreciate it. A great conversation with you. Thanks for the time, and we saw a nice play just there. Thanks, Kevin.
Take care, buddy.
Nicely done by Wander Franco to put away Matt Chapman. Woof, what an arm. 2-1 through 4. Bottom third of the lineup coming through for Tampa Bay. We're in the 5th. Yusei Kikuchi is rolling, and this defense for Tampa Bay is special too. Wander Franco, look at this.
I mean, that is an in-between hop. Read it well. A guy like Chapman who runs well. That's just throwing the glove and trusting your hands. And it's just funny. It's such a good – he knows how hard that play was right there because it's all in the run. As soon as he catches it, he flips it over, boom, and it makes a strong throw to the first baseman. You know, we talk about Wander Franco and what he does on the field, obviously, with his hitting and his athleticism, but right there, those hands you just can't teach.
He made it look really easy.
Oh, man, and everybody in the infield was just in awe of it. And he's probably looking at it right now on his iPad. He's like, man, I got to watch that again and really get a feel for it. That's a highlight reel right there.
It's called Dig Me Video. In-game.
Yeah, nope, nothing wrong with that.
Look what I did.
Yeah.
Walls, Mejia, and Lowe. 7, 8, and 9 for Tampa Bay.
My Dig Me videos right now on my iPhone, I got to scroll down for 2 minutes. You know, it's such a long time ago. It just takes forever to find the ones I want.
No, you're doing the wrong thing. Go to YouTube. Type Yonder Alonso.
You know what?
You can find some gold.
God, I'm talking about gold. I can give you some gold right now. I mean, if we're going to talk about gold, I mean, babe, you know, we've been talking about all these things with the chains and everything that's happening, and you want to get into this chain thing and the gold. It's all about the players. The players are wearing it now, the jewelry.
So you were
it's
good
about
at that.
Scotty Braun.
You going to hook me up?
I got it.
Are you going to knight
for
me?
old sakes,
Big game? Go ahead.
For old sakes,
Knight
this
me.
is a blessing in disguise. There you go. I will knight you. There we go. Huh, put it on, baby.
For a half inning.
Come on, put it on.
All right, give me one pitch because I can't miss anything. Taylor Walls.
Ball ball.
How's it back? Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go. Oh, man. The glasses, dude. Unbelievable. I mean, awkward as it gets, man. There. Oh, look at that. I mean, you look. That's
17.
You know, I mean, can
Big
you
Yonder
want to talk in
Alonso
Spanish? Let's talk in Spanish, Poppy. Hey, hey, dude, look at that swag. You go from the Wander frag, that's some swag right there, to the Scotty Braun swag.
Walls strikes out on 96 from Kikuchi.
He's got some swag.
Swaggy on the mound with the fastball. A season high 8 strikeouts this evening.
That's 96 by you. Complete challenge report right there saying, let's see if you can hit it, big boy.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what? The fans appreciate it.
It's his 400th career strikeout. A little extra ovation from the crowd. Loving what they're seeing from him, and he's only 62 pitches into his night. This is going to be a tough half inning for me. It's weighing on the back of the neck.
Massage, a little massage.
Yeah.
Be all right.
It's a good blink. I'm loving it. A miss to Mejia. Top 5, Tampa Bay rolling in here. Losers of 2 straight to Milwaukee. They've played a ton of close games lately, too. A franchise record 14 games decided by 2 runs or fewer. And
yeah.
Of course, it's a 1-run game right now.
And with Tampa, it doesn't help, too. They've blown, what, over 15 saves opportunities in the past? As well as, you know, Toronto has also had a few share of those as well.
Yeah, late in games, the
it's been
Jays
a problem for
definitely
both
searching
teams,
for their bullpen right now. 14 in a row, though, decided by 2 runs or less.
That's stressful.
They're 5 and 9 in those games. Bo Bichette puts away Mejia. 2 outs, the 9-hitter Josh Lowe on the way, and it is Creator Spotlight time. We focus on a YouTube content creator in the live game commentary section. We're shining the spotlight on Hudgens Huddle. This is Travis, multi-sports channel focusing on the biggest moments and where the players are now. From the great to the forgotten, never wonder where they go when the big moment finishes. I like the write-up there. 26,500 subscribers, over 11.5 million views on his videos. Hello, Travis. Give us a shout out and we'll
I'm a big subscriber type of guy. Yeah, I subscribe.
You subscribe?
Yeah.
That's support.
Yeah.
It's free support. Join the chat, Hudgens Huddle. Keep an eye out on what he's saying here. So here's a guy with tools and big potential, still trying to put it together right now at the big league level. It's Josh Lowe. His brother Nathaniel plays on Texas and a
Yeah.
former Ray.
And you know, in the past couple weeks when he got called up, he's been hitting the ball hard. But it's been just bad luck. Also been facing some really tough pitching. And talking to Kevin Cash, he said, hey, we want to see what he's going to do with major league average pitching, right? Let's see what he can do. Not the Yankees, not the tough style of pitching in this American League East. I think they want to see a little bit more in depth of it all. And look, one of the things he talked about was, hey, we have to just support him. Let him know how good he is. Let him know that, hey, you're not going anywhere. You're going to get the opportunity. Go out there and do your thing. And that's so important for a young player. You know, there's one thing to go 0 for 4 and say, hey, am I going to be in the lineup tomorrow? Or even if you go 0 for 4 and you say, hey, I'm not going to be in the lineup, and there we go, another hard hit ball, but right at somebody.
Lined right into the glove of Vladdy Jr. Did not need to move, but yes, you're seeing the hard contact. And speaking of awkward contact, when your specs get in the way of the bling, party foul. Suit up this summer at MLBshop.com. Check out the largest selection of authentic Caps t-shirts, collectibles, and more. Outfit the whole family with your favorite team's gear at MLBshop.com. And Yonder just hooked me up with his bling. It's heavy. I don't know how you play with that. Anyway, bring your friends to the one spot with all of your favorite free MLB games. Play the hits with Beat the Streak, Quick Pick, and more. Visit MLB.com/play and download MLB Play today. Ball one to Santiago Espinal, another 68 from Ryan Yarbrough. So you're getting 60s, 70s, and 80s on the radar gun from the Rays' bulk innings man from the left side. There's 80. How do you prepare for a guy like this who actually is a significantly different look from most pitchers that you're seeing these days?
Yeah, I think when you look at a guy like this, you can't try to slug him, right? You have to try to get a good pitch. Number one, it comes down to basics, and for me is simplifying the approach as much as possible. Trying to get a good pitch up in the zone and using the whole field. The problem with that is, you know, as much as you want to use the whole field, you know, he's 86, 84. He also can drop a 68, 67 on you, but he makes you work, right? And what I mean by that, he'll move your feet, he'll go up and in, he'll go soft and away. He uses all quadrants of the plate. That makes it tough for a hitter. Like right there, you know, he's 2-1. He's trying to do the right thing as a hitter, and Espinal is trying to take him the other way, seeing the ball deep, but all of a sudden you get that 86, 87 mile an hour fastball, and it feels like 98 miles an hour. It's a tough at bat all around. If I'm a right-hander for the Toronto Blue Jays, I'm going with the two-strike approach from the beginning of the at bat. And the reasons I say for that is because my two-strike approach, what I'm trying to do is staying short to the baseball and just trying to make contact as deep as possible into the strike zone as I can.
Soft contact, opponent exit velocity, lowest since 2018. That's where you want to be, on top of the ladder. Espinal up the middle and splash down, base hit.
Oh man, that is a good piece of hitting right there by Espinal. Not trying to do too much. Santiago Espinal taking what he got, seeing the pitch up in the zone, staying really short with that baseball. Look at that back elbow. Look how tight that back elbow is to his hip and to his ribs. Understanding he's not wanting to pull this baseball. It's seeing the baseball up in the zone, making sure it's a strike, and just putting a good line drive swing to it. Good piece of hitting right there. No outs. Let's get a rally started.
2 runs for Toronto coming in the second. It was a Kirk infield knock, and then Teoscar Hernandez first pitch swinging for the seats.
Boy, Montoya was raving about Gabriel Moreno, huh? Great story.
Not only today, but a few weeks ago when we saw him and we were discussing him. The game that we called on YouTube that day, which was Kikuchi not making it through the first inning. I think it was like an hour after the game we found out from reports that Moreno was getting the call to the big leagues. That came soon after the Danny Jansen injury. Now they have 3 really good-looking catchers. When Jansen comes back, I don't think you can send Moreno down, or necessarily that you want to, unless you just want him to get more regular at-bats.
What a great problem to have, but with Gabriel Moreno out of Barquisimeto, Venezuela, a guy who's always hit, a guy who, you know, at times didn't even have money to play baseball. And a coach got him and said, no, we're going to do the best possible situation for you and your family. We're going to pay you to play in the winter leagues and the teams over there. Boy, he got the opportunity and he ran away with it, and he surely became one of the top prospects for the Blue Jays. Just an incredible story. I mean, this guy was going to quit baseball because he needed to work with his dad to be able to feed his sister and his brother and his mom. And here he is playing baseball at the highest level.
And that should be 2. It is. Franco to Walls to Paredes. 2 gone in the 5th. George Springer time on the mic.
Took too much caffeine right now. I am tweaking out. Snow Angel time. Let's start with hit it. I have yet to hit it off this guy.
It's trickery. It's sorcery. This dude's slider is sorcery.
That was referring to the opener, Matt Whistler, his first AB, but he worked a walk, a ground out in the 3rd, and maybe the caffeine rush has leveled for George in his 3rd at-bat here in the 5th. We've all been there. Actually, for me, most weeks, sitting next to you, start chugging the cold brew.
Yeah, you do.
And I get there.
George likes to hunt one pitch right now on this 1-0. If it's there, he's swinging.
Now 2-0.
You know, he's a guy that you don't necessarily know what he's thinking. He's not a pure hitter where he's always thinking fastball. If he feels like you're going to throw him a pitch, he would definitely sit on that pitch and make you pay.
4 outfielders to play for the Rays, always forward thinking. And strike 1 to George. How does that feel on the hitting side when you look out there and go, well, where's my fly ball going if it doesn't go over the wall? Probably into a glove.
But he can hit that second base hole right now. Oh, he tried there. He can certainly do that. I've seen him in the past where he kind of chokes up a little bit, but which, by the way, he uses one of the lightest bats in all of baseball. It's like a 30-ounce bat. Most guys are using a 32-ounce bat, 33-ounce bat. This guy's using a 31-ounce bat, 30-ounce bat, 30.5-ounce bat. It is a light broomstick, and he likes to just absolutely get through the zone with that pitch. And you can tell it is a very small axe handle bat. And during these situations, he's not looking to pull right now. He's looking to get jammed. There it is. He got jammed right there. That's what he wants to do.
Let's send you back to last night. His solo shot, number 15 on the season. Look, just past Jackie Bradley Jr. That one up out over the plate. Did not miss it, but Jackie did. He made 2 money defensive plays yesterday as well, running a ball down and then
racing in with a great read.
That hit him?
It did. Yeah. That is the ideal, correct me if I'm wrong, pitch to get hit by 71 miles an hour. Did not flinch and take your base.
I hit him. He's looking at the dugout. He's telling Cash, like, hey, man, that hit me. We'll see it right here. He got his back foot. Yeah, that hit him. Hit his shoestring. Even better.
Did his foot move into it?
That's hard to tell. I mean,
that is the hit by pitch that will not leave a mark.
Especially with 2 strikes.
And he's reached twice tonight. Now Bo Bichette doubled last trip.
Man, Bo looks hitterish right here, man. He took that pitch like he saw it all the way. It was calm. The leg kick was quiet. Not trying to do too much right here. There's just something about hitters when they take pitches, you can see something different in taking pitches. There's no flinching. It was like, it looked like first round of batting practice. And what I mean by that is your first round of batting practice is it's a smooth swinging, 80% approach just of energy wise. That's what that take kind of looked like, but he's going at 100%.
And he is continuing to evolve, especially with in-game adjustments.
You know what I say to that after 2 pickoffs? Yarbrough, you had your chance.
I think there will be rules in the future where there will be a limit.
That's right.
On how many times you can check a runner. Not yet, though. (1-0). Foul ball gives us a chance to listen to George Springer on the HBP.
Yeah. The top of my foot, believe me.
Believe me.
Mic'd up is the best. Bichette gives it a ride to center, and Lowe is on it. We have completed 5 in Toronto, and the Blue Jays lead at 2-1 off the Teoscar Hernandez home run. Yusei Kikuchi is on fire. Back to him next. You're watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Jersey Mike's. Yonder Alonso, Amy G. I'm Scott Braun. And Yusei Kikuchi is climbing into the 6th inning against the top of the order for Tampa Bay. Jays lead it 2-1, the start of a 5-game series in 4 days. The Rays reigning AL East champs, 100 wins last year against top-level competition, and the Blue Jays with a big season just shy of making the playoffs, and this year looking like they are in a heated battle right now in their AL East with 4, I would say, very good teams. First pitch swinging, and there is Yandy Diaz connecting into left.
Uh-oh.
He'll hold up with a single.
Yeah.
Long single.
It's a good choice. Want to test that arm of Gurriel.
Wander Franco time in the 2-hole. Amy G, what else can you tell us about Magic Wander?
Well, I don't know about you guys. I'm going to speak for myself here, but when I was 21, that's a long time ago, I didn't think I needed to warm up or stretch at all before jumping into any activity, and that's a lesson Wander Franco learned after straining his quad and landing on the IL. I talked to him today, and he said being injured was so frustrating, and he learned that he has to make sure that his pregame routine is better and make sure that he warms up properly. Now, staying disciplined with a warm-up routine, that's very hard to do when you're young, but Wander said after time on the IL, he is very committed. Gentlemen?
Yeah, he was out since the end of May and then just returned on Sunday. It's a great call. Young players just don't know until they either get hurt or have an excellent mentor to tell them, you got to take care of yourself.
Yeah. It happens. Sometimes, you go through a wall, or if you're lucky and have a mentor, you can go around the wall. You got to be very lucky to have people like that in your corner, but from everything and every obstacle you're going to learn, and I'm sure he's learned enough. Hey, I got to take care of myself and understand what my routine is going to be like moving forward.
I remember.
Well, what a player, huh?
Yeah, I mean, what a year last year. Oh. If he would have played more, would have been even more so in the running for the Rookie of the Year award. His teammate Randy Arozarena won it, but a sparkling 70-game rookie season for Franco. I remember, though, when he was scuffling a bit in May and he was battling the hamstring and the quad, he said, it kind of scares me a little bit to go on the IL. I think that's maybe why I haven't been playing as well as I have been. Now he's back, and many of his teammates are hoping for the same story soon. Kevin Kiermaier is going to return in this series.
Yep.
He should be back tomorrow.
Saw him catch fly balls today. He was in the first round of groups of hitting.
Oh. Franco, there you go, a base hit. And that'll bump Diaz to second.
What Kevin Cash mentioned, which, by the way, that was an absolute rocket to right center. We're seeing Kikuchi now leaving some more balls over the plate. Be a good time for that splitter, that changeup, maybe a mound visit. Kind of calm him down a little bit. Kevin Cash talked about it, right? The depth of Tampa with all these injuries they've had. If it wasn't for the front office preparing these guys, it would have been a lot different for any other team.
Oh, it's incredible when a new pitcher pops up for the Rays, and it's usually either, oh, I've seen this guy before, but he didn't look like that, or where did this guy come from? Kevin Cash has done just a fantastic job. He won back-to-back Manager of the Year awards in 2020 and 2021, second manager to win it in back-to-back years. Bobby Cox, 04-05 in the National League. 3 straight postseason appearances. They were a World Series team in 2020 and a franchise record 100 wins last year. This is a super successful franchise, especially in the past decade or so.
And a team that you just don't count on, right? And I think it's,
Ramirez, it's a fair ball, and Chapman steps on third, fires to first, and doubles him up.
The best friends double play right there for a starting pitcher. First pitch double play, especially to a Gold Glover, a Platinum Glover, and Matt Chapman right there. Just an easy move right there. First step coming in, understanding it was a high throw, and Guerrero made a really good stretch on the back end of that. Just a demoralizing right there for, you think you have a chance right now to get up on the Blue Jays, and first pitch after a mound visit leads to a double play. And for Kikuchi, all that does is more confidence.
Charlie Montoyo can't stop talking about his third baseman and that defense.
And what do you say? He doesn't even care what he hits.
No.
You know, whatever he hits, that's a plus. He's saved so many games at third base, day in and day out. Guys pull for him. He's a hard worker, gets to the field early. Loves the game of baseball.
Rosarena 0 for 2, a couple strikeouts. Putting Chet back at second. It was close. Wander Franco back to the bag.
I never forget Matt Chapman in Oakland. I get to Oakland in spring training early in the year, and I see this kid who had been all off season, as we see another pickoff right there, close play. And I said, he's like, hey, can you throw with me? I got to throw long toss. And I'll never forget the zip on the ball. And I said, who is this kid? And I said, that's Matt Chapman. He's in high A right now, but he'll probably be in the big leagues at some point next year. Well, he was in the big leagues that year. And it was just impressive to see. He's the only guy at third base that's ever handcuffed me at first base. His ball, when he throws it, has so much zip on it that it not necessarily goes down, but yet it rides up. And for a first baseman, I've asked Guerrero that, and he says, yeah, it took me a little bit of time to kind of get used to his throws, because his throws for any infielder usually goes more on the downward side as a sinker. His balls kind of ride up. Oh, look,
here we go. Watch this.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Perfect timing. And an ideal throw. He's done it a billion times.
That was easy.
It's like what we call the rising fastball, right? It just doesn't drop like it should.
Look at this. Look at the first step. Backhand staying through a baseball and whoop.
Laser showing off in the 6th. And another scoreless inning for Kikuchi with a little help from his friends. This is your MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Jersey Mike's. Who's hungry? Rays, Jays, Rogers Center, Toronto 2, Tampa Bay 1. Vladdy Jr., Kirk, and Teoscar in the Toronto 6th.
At least we don't have the grasshoppers.
Oh.
You made me eat those.
In Seattle?
Chris Bracey made me eat those.
I didn't make you do that. That's
our guy right there. He's like, you're going to eat these grasshoppers. Come on, man.
What do you think of these poll results? How do you feel now about Paredes for Meadows a couple months ago? And the winner is need more time. I mean, that's fair.
That's fair.
Skyd. Brujan. One away. The trade made right before we really got things going in the season. Surprising to some, Detroit had an injury to Riley Green, who they are very high on. He's just recently called up to the big leagues.
Yep.
So he gets hurt, and they go, we need help. We want offense. They trade for Meadows. He has gone through quite a bit off the field in terms of sickness and just has not been able to be close to 100% for the Tigers, a struggling offensive team. Meanwhile, they trade away a guy who has double-digit home runs already in Paredes, and you just tip your cap to the Rays for making the deal, and that's why I'm riding the Paredes train right now.
Yeah, me too. And I think, look, when you look at the trade, that was the guy that they really wanted. They said, you know, this guy has a feel for hitting. He's got a knack for being a good hitter. They comped him as Yandy Diaz. I think he's a lot better. The hitting ability and tool is there. And in the big leagues, as we're seeing now, hitting ability has been thinner and thinner every year. When you find somebody like that, you must go get.
Brujan with a test, and he runs it down. So look at what Austin Meadows did for the Rays during his time in Tampa Bay from 2019 to 2021. I mean, he was their best hitter.
Yeah.
And they deal him away. This is a playoff team the past few years, right before the season starts, but no one flinches anymore when Tampa does this.
No, I think in the beginning when Tampa was doing these things, you're saying, what? But now, I mean, Tampa just has a way of doing things, and they understand that. And look, Kevin Cash said it. He said, hey, this is an open door policy, right? Where if you want to know something, if you want to see why decisions are being made, it's kind of the under the hood type of feel where, hey, you can ask away and there's going to be an answer for you. And you got to give credit to the front office, right? When you look at Tampa and what they've done, they've been very mature. They've been very consistent with their ways of winning baseball games. And listen, it's by no secret, they're winning baseball games because of the way they do things.
0-1 offering to Teoscar in the air to center, but Josh Lowe has some space. 3 up, 3 down in the home 6th. Toronto still hanging on to a 1-run lead. Back to the Yusei Kikuchi show coming up. That is a beautiful sight with the roof open at Rogers Center, and a beautiful sight on the mound for Jays fans this evening was seeing the resurgence of Yusei Kikuchi, now passing the baton to Trent Thornton. But StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, powering up 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 walk, no runs, 8 strikeouts, and here was the placement of his put-away pitches.
Yeah, and he had that splitter going early on, and afterwards he started making some adjustments with his slider cutter. I really like what he had today, right? He had that fastball. The fastball got harder and harder as he went. Started at 92, 93. It ended up 95, 96. His stuff was electric. And the reason his stuff was electric is because he was working down and in and down and away to hitters and using that fastball up. This is the best I think Kikuchi has thrown this year.
This is why when you watch him sometimes, you see a flash like that and you go, okay.
They need him.
Can we rack this up into consistency? And we'll see on his next one. But a great turn just now with 6 strong.
Yeah.
I said 0, but 1 run against him for Tampa Bay. It's a 2-1 contest. We're in the 7th, and Paredes gets another turn.
And it was coming to a situation with Kikuchi where, hey, things needed to change, right? Quality outing, 6 innings, 8 strikeouts for me is the key. But you know what? A lot of quick outs. And when I see quick outs out of a guy like that, it tells me guys are fearing secondary stuff. Reasons for that is because of the velocity of his fastball that he had tonight.
The only guy that got to him was this man, and that's been a common theme.
Yep.
Paredes, his 11th home run of the season. And there he goes. That should be a foul ball. Man, he is squaring up the baseball the past couple weeks especially. He's going up against 28-year-old Trent Thornton taking over, former starter, now a reliever, working the 7th for Toronto.
Whew. It just sounds different off his bat, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's not missing much lately. And again, same exact spot.
Seeing with Trent Thornton, he has a high leg kick. It was kind of inspired by Nolan Ryan. You know, growing up, he really enjoyed it. This guy, his velo is up, but I think the spin rate of that slider is his go-to. He really likes it. He really likes to just snap it.
That's past Thornton, who falls down, and then here comes Espinal to clean it up.
Good play.
Google Cloud is powering StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. It is still quite bright out. We're in the 7th.
This is my favorite part of the day right here. Kind of like
9 p.m. Eastern, just
yeah,
about.
That feel of the still light out. The views are just unbelievable. Sun going down. Oh man.
Twilight, but I don't even think we're at that point yet.
No. What a view.
And a great one tonight with division rivals. Now it's Brujan, the switch hitter.
Little 97 for you right there. Usually he's average velo at 93, 94 miles an hour. High-end guy. Last outing he was very effective. It's that down pitch right there. As we know, Mark Werner, home plate umpire, he likes to call that down pitch. He's always been known for having a low strike zone, not so much a high strike zone. It's too close to take in my book, especially 1-1. If you get a heater, you got to go after it.
He takes that one for ball 2.
I mean, you got so many ways to go right now in this at bat. You just showed him a good heater. You showed him a good curveball down in the zone. Now you can go up the ladder. You can go down again with that curveball. Challenge him. Whew, that slider is just filthy.
3 pitches against left-handed hitters. 4-seamer, slider, curve. He'll add a sinker very occasionally against righties. Good fight on 95.
Yeah, he sped him up right now. So he sped him up twice right now with that slider and that heater up in the zone. Would he go to that curveball, kind of little spike curveball? Not necessarily spike it, just kind of throw it down in the zone. He's made for a rollover right here.
And that gets through. The shift on the right side depleted. And Brujan with a ton of speed is a 1-out base runner for Tampa, trailing by a run.
And what a good piece of hitting right there. It's just staying through this baseball with his front hand. Not trying to do too much. He didn't even pivot. That wasn't even a full swing. That was a protective swing with 2 strikes. Look at that lead hand right now staying through that baseball. Boom, right there. He just stays through that lead hand, that front hand, bottom hand. Just a good piece of hitting right there. That is tough to do. Good at bat right there by Brujan.
Yeah, watch out. He can run.
Yeah, he's running, especially with the high leg kick right now from Thornton. He's got to be careful. Big lead.
Off he, and he comes back. Bluffs a go.
He had a big lead, though. He had a big lead.
I think he would have been okay.
Yeah, most of the guys take big leads because they want to peek. Back in the day, they wanted to peek at the signs, especially from a left-hander. If there's a lefty on the mound. Oh, he had it.
Why pull back? I mean, Moreno is an excellent defensive catcher.
Yeah.
One of the better athletes you'll see for backstop, and he's only going to get better. But
1-0 count is not necessarily such a good count to go on, but there he goes.
There he goes, testing Moreno, and that throw sails away. Brujan heading for third, and he's in there.
That's what speed does to you right there. He had him squared up the first pitch. He said, I think I got him the second pitch. It was a good timing play. Everything was perfect except the throw. Not much you can do right there with Bo Bichette other than abort the play completely and just get in front of that so that ball doesn't get, that runner doesn't get to third base. Now they're in a pickle. Infield in. Definitely need a strikeout or a ground ball in the infield.
Ball 2 to Taylor Walls.
And I think with one out right here, they're going on contact. It's a situation where, later in the game right now, with Moreno, one of the best pop time, that is a tough steal opportunity right there, and he got it done with Brujan.
And the extra base on the error on Moreno.
Yeah, this is a situation for Thornton right here. If I'm him, it's unleashing the whole kitchen sink, right? It's understanding you have to get a strikeout right here. It's the go-to. And for the hitter on the other side, it's all about making contact. Not trying to do too much, right? The infield's in. Even if you get jammed, is a win.
That'll go out of play.
Oh, and they were going to back pick on him, on Brujan. They had it set up completely with Moreno and Chapman. It was a setup play from the first pitch of the at-bat. It was a setup, and as soon as he took that secondary, there was a play at third base. Look at him right now. He's trying to peek him. They had a play for him to pick him off. You see Brujan shortening up on that lead. The rule is you take as much as the third baseman gives you.
Walls strikes out. Huge punch out for Trent Thornton into 7.
Big strikeout. Probably one of the best strikeouts all in this whole game right now. It's a very stressful situation. 2 out RBIs, though, are crucial for the Rays and winning baseball games for them all year.
Climbing the ladder with 97. Now Mejia popped up. Foul ground, Chapman finds it, and the inning is over. Man on third, less than 2 outs, no big deal. Trent Thornton, strikeout, foul pop, inning over.
Gold Glove baseball right there by Matt Chapman. He is putting on a display tonight at third base, doing it all.
What is the 7th inning stretch like for that guy?
Yeah, yeah. Now I get what I want. Said you had your chance, you blew it. Out of sight, out of mind.
I'll go to the crew then. Who's the better singer, George Springer or Yonder?
Definitely not me.
Back in the second.
More like a Shakira move your hips type guy.
You can dance. I know that. And you have the sound effects.
Singing, man.
First pitch strike in there to Lourdes Gurriel. Ryan Yarbrough still working, and George Springer still smiling.
Yeah, he is. I would be too.
Gurriel shoots one to center. It's right center, and who has it? No one.
No man's land. Once again, though, Yarbrough did his job getting a soft contact, but just in no man's land. It is a tough play for a second baseman. The crowd is cheering. You can't really hear your right fielder go all out. And at that point right there, it's all about executing and hopefully not getting hurt. See, nobody calls it. And that's the toughest play for a second baseman, because as you're going back, there's not much you can do.
Brujan held up.
Yeah.
Otherwise, does he go all out and die for that?
Yeah, it's too loud. You know, maybe they haven't played together that much in the situation where you know that's the right fielder's ball most of the time, and hopefully laying out.
Mic'd up George Springer, your thoughts?
That's a 500. Hey, it's a 500. No, it's a 500. No.
What does he mean?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I
What's a 500?
500. I don't know. Maybe he could have gone second. So it's taking second base.
We need talk back.
With George?
Yeah.
We got to ask him. Hey, dude, what do you mean by that? Amigo!
Well, we also have tens of thousands watching that can maybe help us out in the live chat.
I'm intrigued.
Like Austin Kleschka, who's with us most weeks, said, when is the George Springer concert? Brian said, Georgie, the voice of an angel.
He really is.
If anyone knows what 500 is,
let us know.
Help your friends.
Chapman has swung up 2 really good pitches, 2 really good swings by Yarbrough. Be careful, Yarbrough.
2 groundouts to short. Back pick. And Gurriel is back. Both of these teams have played a ton of close games, especially lately, and we're seeing it, the theme continuing tonight. 2-1 in the 7th. 1-2 to Chapman. He can pick it, Yonder.
Yeah, he can. Well, it started off with the line drive early in the game, but this play right here, this double play, got Kikuchi out of a big inning right here. Then we're seeing this right here. Look at this long throw. Man, he can do it all. He can go to his right, he can go to his left. But what I like is this right here. He can go get a fly ball better than anybody. Remember the days that he was playing at the Coliseum in Oakland? He got used to going after balls from his backside and making good adjustments on them. He is one of the best when it comes to a fly ball.
That's outs above average, 3rd best if you go years back. There's more foul ground in the Coliseum in Oakland than in any other ballpark. So you run out every foul ball. A lot of practice.
Yeah, he's a total package, absolutely. They got a good one.
No wasted movements. His footwork is exceptional.
Uh-oh.
2-2. Full boat.
Been a good at bat right here. Yarbrough is saying, man, I don't know what to throw him anymore. I mean, he's throwing the slider, he's throwing the changeup. Will he sneak a fastball here? 3-2, not necessarily as a fastball count. Chapman is seeing everything he's gotten from him so far. Try to nibble and get a double play. That's what Yarbrough wants right now. The margin of error is down and away. Nothing in, nothing up in the zone. Anything up, Chapman's green light.
Look at that line. No strikeouts tonight for Yarbrough.
He's done a phenomenal job. Runners be moving? Nope.
I mean, this is a big sign for a Rays pitching staff that could use a little extra boost. Yarbrough was sent down, and his best start in the minor leagues was his last one. He actually struck out 8 and gave his ball club 6 innings. Now he's back with the big league club, and based on results today, you can't send him back down.
No, absolutely not. I think he's pitched like himself. He's pitched like the Yarbrough we all knew, the guy that only started 8 games but yet won 16 games and was a finalist for the Cy Young. He's done a phenomenal job.
Yeah, mostly coming in after the first or second inning, especially back when the Rays.
And you want to know how devastating it is to face him. That swing 3-2 right there just shows you how tough it is. It's an 86-mile-an-hour fastball, and Chapman swung at that like if it was 96. I mean, it was up in your kitchen, and it was an excuse me swing like, oh my goodness, I hope I foul this ball off and survive for the next pitch. That's how good he's been so far. He's hiding the ball extremely well.
Payoff. Lifted. Called by Franco. 1 out in the 7th. All right, StatCast. Let's zoom in on Ryan Yarbrough, powered by Google Cloud. The changeup velocity is significantly up tonight compared to what we've seen from him in the big league so far this season. That's about 79 up until tonight. It's at 83.
Yeah, and that's a big difference for a hitter. And the reasons I say that is because it's much harder to pick up. When it's a softer changeup, it gives you more time to at least put contact on it. But a guy that's throwing 86, 87 mile an hour, now you change him up to that 82, 83 mile an hour changeup, and it's more of a miss swing as a pitch than it is with a changeup that's a little softer. There we see it right there. I always had problems with guys that only had that fastball changeup, I guess miles of separation by like 8 or 9. If you throw 88, 89, and you threw me an 81 mile an hour changeup, those were really hard to pick off of. But if you threw me 90 miles an hour and you had a 77, 76 mile an hour changeup, it's not that much, but for a hitter, you're giving me so much more time to react on it and see a pitch than it is on a much smaller gap.
Santiago Espinal going to left, carrying back, and that one is gone. Forget about it. Espinal for 2. It's 4-1.
One bad pitch up in the zone. Espinal has been on a tear the last 5 games. He did not miss that. He was sitting on that already. I think the at-bat was the Matt Chapman at-bat. The Matt Chapman at-bat, that long at-bat led to the Espinal swinging at this pitch. Understanding that everything was up and in into the zone, and that's where he was looking. He was looking up in the zone, and then he missed it. I mean, it was a little baby cutter that he was waiting for. Look how tight he was with that back elbow. When you see a hitter like that with the back elbow staying through a baseball like that, more than not, you're going to see a homer like that. What a swing.
What a year for Santi.
Oh, look at the bullpen.
Would you call that a wall scraper?
I don't care how far it is or how close. As long as it goes over that wall. You know, the guys always used to ask me, did you get all of it? Yeah, I got all of it. It went over, didn't it? I never got enough of it. Never did. But, man, he is happy. He's been swinging an absolute great bat. Good for him.
I mean, some Jays fans want the whole starting 9 to make it to LA for the All-Star game.
I mean,
Smooth Gaming in the
no
chat
break.
goes, that's my All-Star second baseman.
There is no break in this lineup. Another 2-hit game. He's having a good week.
4-pitch walk for Moreno. 1-out base runner for Toronto. George Springer excited about the homer.
I see.
I think he's staying. That's my second baseman.
It's my guy.
That's how you hit him.
A pair of 2-run homers for Toronto. Teoscar Hernandez and Santiago Espinal, which means, Amy, that you get to wear some extra attire when you head back to the dugout, don't you?
It's my favorite subject, clothes, guys. Baseball fans outside of Toronto, they've likely seen it. But if you're not a diehard Blue Jays fan, do you know the story behind it? We're talking about, of course, the home run jacket. It's all over Toronto's Instagram. And it's the brainchild of team interpreter Hector LeBron, or Tito, as they call him. Tito told me that during the 2020 COVID season with no fans in the stands, the guys needed a spark and something to unify them. His muse was golf's Masters green jacket. And the home run jacket, as it's come to be known, says La Gente del Barrio. I hope I said that okay for you yonder, which translates
good
to the people of the neighborhood. And it dons patches from all over the world, all the countries where Blue Jay players are from, plus some. Now, LeBron said Toronto is a city that represents all nationalities. So now there's a patch from the Ukraine, Israel, Afghanistan, and Greece, to name a few. So how does the jacket fit everyone, right? Well, Tito had it made to be able to fit Vlad Jr. And if it fits him, it's going to fit every Blue Jay. Gentlemen?
That's the move.
Awesome.
Go
Great
to the big
story
man,
right there, Amy.
and then, you know, if you're a little smaller, you'll make it work. It'll look like, you know, Dad's jacket. The pronunciation was on point, too.
Yeah, it was. La Gente del Barrio. Look at that jacket right there. It's nice. I wonder if it gets tailor-made at times. You know, maybe the buttons come off.
Sure.
You know, maybe guys get a little aggressive at times with the homer. I'll tell you what I love is the wave, and some of the Toronto players love doing the wave at times too. Let's see if we can catch them doing it.
Springer up the middle, and he's in business. On to second goes Moreno.
He's having fun, huh?
First hit of the night for George, but third time reaching base, hit by pitch and walk earlier.
That's just a good piece of hitting right there. Staying through a base while not trying to do too much. I said, thank God.
And that's going to do it for Ryan Yarborough, who had been very, very excellent up until this point in the seventh. A 2-run homer, and more trouble here for the Rays bullpen in the seventh. YouTube Player of the Game joins us right now. There it is, the trophy.
Looks good. Gotta have it.
This is going up on the top shelves for sure.
I watch a lot of YouTube, so it's good.
I think this is the first time I'm holding a trophy on an interview, so it's pretty cool.
That's dope.
Anytime you get a trophy, it's usually a good thing.
I feel great. This is amazing.
Well, this is going to be right next to the TV, so I could just see it every
The tradition that started in 2021 continues. YouTube Player of the Game, the trophy, the whole deal, the voting. We'll go over it later. Right now, Calvin Fauché taking over for Tampa Bay. Ryan Yarborough might have been left in the game just a bit too long.
Yeah, you know, they wanted him to kind of get through this bottom 7, but that's some pitch it out over the plate. Calvin Fauché, though, slider, sinker, curve.
Yeah, and the slider is getting hit. Obviously, it's not a ton of work yet, just 9 innings, but 9 earned runs. Pitched on Wednesday against Milwaukee. 1 run in an inning. He did strike out 3. This is his first season in the bigs. Debuted on May 9th. It's been up and down.
Yeah, a little bit of a over-the-top funky delivery. Good fastball, kind of gets on you. It's that breaking ball that he's got to bury from time to time. Sometimes at times that curveball kind of stays up. That slider stays up, gets hit a little bit, but his fastball plays with good spin.
This is the 6th hitter in the 7th for Toronto, and just 1 out so far. Bo Bichette going the other way to right, and that is caught by Brujan. Tagging is Springer. Matt, his opposite field power is pretty impressive. He did not get all of that and almost got enough.
Yeah, it was a breaking ball that kind of stayed up a little bit. Was a little fooled. That left hip kind of came off a little bit, but no question about it. You got to fear the power the other way. He just missed that ball, but that's a good swing. Man, he wants that pitch back, doesn't he? What a player. Doesn't get any easier.
No. Vladdy Jr. time. There's Moreno tagging up. Now Springer off to second and in there with a stolen bag. Jays are moving and shaking in the 7th.
That's a good play by Walls, though, keeping that runner from scoring from third base. He knew there wasn't going to be a play, so he just got in front of it and said, okay, here we go. There's no play at second base whatsoever. He said, hold on, let me get in front of this baseball because I cannot let this ball go to center field. That's a win. Even though it wasn't an out on second base, he still preserved a run at third base. Good heads-up play there by Walls. Kind of a walking lead for Springer. Usually when he's doing that, he's going. Boy, it scares me. Head first dives, they scare. They're scary.
Ball 1 to Vladdy. Yeah, they need to keep George on the field. They are a different ball club. The dynamic changes with Springer leading off.
He's a different player, no question about it. He makes the defense better. He sets the tone on offense.
And you know he's feeling good too. He has 8 stolen bases now this year. That's his best number since 2016.
He's healthy.
He had 9, and we're what, halfway-ish through the season?
Yep. Boy, Guerrero just took an absolute healthy hack, and he kind of looked at the dugout, the Blue Jays dugout, saying, man, I knew the pitch was coming. I just missed it. I put a good swing on it. I'm intrigued if they go with it again. I like the fastball.
Got him.
Slider.
Fauché comes in, gets the job done, but 2 runs come across in the 7th. Santiago Espinal powering up. Turbo mode. Pulls it to deep left. and makes this a 4-1 advantage for Toronto through 7. It's David Phelps taking over for Toronto, and we have one more poll question until the player of the game poll is up. Wander Franco, a big part of the present and future for this team, of course, signing the richest deal for a player in franchise history. And Shane McClanahan is a first-half Cy Young candidate in the American League. He might start in the All-Star game, or it could be Alek Manoah, and we showed you Kirk as well. So this is a tough one. Yonder, are you ready? Which of these players is more likely to become a superstar? Which one out of the 4? You have to pick one superstar. Like, who's the best? None have been all-stars yet. All should be. Well, maybe not Franco because of the first half injuries, but I would say 3 out of 4 should make it to the Midsummer Classic. So your thoughts? Who's the guy when the career's over that you go, that was the best, the superstar of that 4?
Man, what a tough question. I think Wander Franco is the safe bet. But when you look at Manoah, what he's done has been fantastic. But yeah, I think for me is Wander Franco. The ability of what he does, playing in the middle of the infield at shortstop, a guy who's going to beat you in many different ways, right? He can beat you with his legs. He can beat you with defense. He can beat you with his approach at the plate. Switch hitter. Just a special talent.
So make your pick, phone, tablet, wherever you're watching. Cutting a miss from Josh Lowe. He's 0 for 2 tonight. And then I also want some comments in the live chat why you're making your selection. Help us out. Rays trail by 3 in the 8th. And Lowe held back. So, Amy G, do you have some more information on the great Alejandro Kirk? And also, within your report, I'm going to put a little pressure on to make your choice on that poll question, because it is, I would say, not easy. And like Yonder said, maybe Wander is the safe choice, but if you're feeling it, maybe you go with that guy.
I'm just going to go with that guy.
Yes.
Can I start with that?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, I'm starting with that. And you guys, we've been talking about his rise to fame. It's been incredible. He's really shot up, and not just in Toronto, in the entire game of baseball. As you guys mentioned, he's leading the American League All-Star vote at catcher. And I actually had a chance to sit down with him and talk about how he's handling this sudden stardom. He told me it's definitely noticeable that he's way more recognized when he leaves the park. And he said it's exciting, but he's really trying to focus on his routine, his game plan, and help his team win. That's the most important thing for him. He also said he talks to his family after every game, and they are his rock to keep him grounded. And then I also asked him about what advice he has for those looking to play this game that may not physically look the part. And he said it's, he knows he's getting criticized a lot about his size, and since it's happened since he started playing the game. And he said it's not easy to see those comments or hear them. But he said you do your best and try not to pay attention to them. But he believes that you can silence critics with the way you play the game. And he has done that.
Yeah, I love that, Amy G. Thank you. And you can see by far leading the vote for AL catchers, that ballot update. And that final update came out today, and then the top 2 that were highlighted now in a little face-off. We'll have the voting opening up again, but I think someone like that, Yonder, should use his stature to his advantage in terms of being an inspiration for kids. I mean, like height-wise, I always refer to someone like, say, Jose Altuve, who gives so many out there that are, say, 5'5", hope that you can make it to the show.
Yeah, I think, look, this is the reason why everybody has an opportunity to play in the show. We have what? We have Altuve and
Judge.
We have Judge, right? We have the tallest guy in the league, or one of the tallest guys in the league. And you have a guy in Altuve, and you have a guy in Kirk who are just, they can beat you in so many ways. And look, when you look at what he's done this year, it is so special. But his track record, too, it's funny. It's like there's guys that come up to the league and they hit, but they might not have that track record, where he has the track record, not only as a good hitter, but a pure hitter, a guy who can play and also defend at the catching position, which is very hard and demanding. He can do those things, right? And he's very consistent with it. I think when you look at a guy like Kirk, it's a guy that the track record's there. You kind of want to think about, hey, the future of this kid, right? And trying to lock him up, trying to make sure that if there's an opportunity out there, this is a guy you want to be your cornerstone in your franchise.
Yandy Diaz walks. He is an on-base machine. And the young and the relentless. More on the 4 you have a chance to vote for. Franco's 21, McClanahan 25, Kirk age 23. This is his breakout. And Alek Manoah, what a year for him so far. And what a start to his career. 35 starts, sub-3 earned run average.
Yeah, when you look at Alek Manoah, too, the body of work is there, right? 6'5", 6'6". You can tell that he's got the horse kind of prodigy, right? Where he's going to give you innings. He's going to give you starts. He's not afraid of the moment, right? He likes to pitch in big games. When you have all those tangibles, he's your go-to guy, right? He's your ace. He's kind of, he gives you that face factor. And this is who we are. This is how we pitch. This is how we perform. And it kind of leads up to the rest of those guys in the pitching staff. But man, there's some young faces right there. The future is bright for Major League Baseball and for Tampa Bay and the Toronto Blue Jays.
And scary for the AL East.
Oh, goodness.
So much star power. Franco fouls that one off. A ball and 2 strikes. This is David Phelps trying to bounce back from a difficult Wednesday evening. Bonus baseball, top of the 10th against Boston. You start with a runner on second base. It was walk, hit by pitch. Led to a run. He's taken out. More scoring for Boston. They end up beating Toronto 6-5, although the Jays took the first 2 in the series and really were able to quiet a Red Sox team that entered that series winners of 7 straight. That's solidly struck, but
what a play.
Into a glove in right. It's Hernandez. Getting the glove down in time. It was a bullet off the bat of Wander Franco, and a big smile now from Teoscar. Yeah, think fast in right field.
And he kind of froze on it because he didn't know if it had backspin on it or it was topspin. And right at the last second, that topspin kind of hit, and he had to make a quick 2 or 3 steps forward to make sure he had that catch. That's a tough play right there for a right fielder, especially hitting that ball off a lefty. Whew.
David Phelps has been doing it for a long time, 35 years old.
Oldest guy on the team.
That's right. Does this team have fun or what?
Oh, man.
The looseness is felt throughout the ballpark. And you're hearing it tonight, too, with a mic'd up George Springer.
Yeah, but the accountability is there, too, right? Where you can have fun and you can enjoy yourself. But, hey, when it's time to work, it's time to work. All these guys were out here at 1:30, 2 o'clock, making sure they were getting the early work in. There was early hitting. You can tell the reasons why they're good. right? They put the work in. I think it starts with that guy right there.
Pre-game?
Pre-game,
For
getting
us?
after it. Yeah, pre-game for us. He was playing some music. And
Private
hanging out.
show.
I
He
mean,
put
that
on
was,
some Mark Anthony
and he
music
was loving
video.
it. He's like, no, don't go anywhere. We're gonna have a little fun.
We have that on video. Amy G has it on some of her social, and I'll put it up after the game. But it was like a 2-minute jam session.
Oh, man.
And that's what Charlie Montoya will do sometimes late night in his office, which is eclectic. I mean, it is full of, records and a complete drum set.
The sound system is incredible.
Yes.
Right? He makes sure that in his office, that sound system needed to be where it needed to be.
He is a cool cat.
Oh, yeah, he is. They love him here.
And it took him a while to get to this spot. Hired at the age of 53 to run the dugout for the Blue Jays. Took over for John Gibbons after the 2018 season. He spent a ton of time in the Rays organization as a coach. Let's learn more. Minor league manager at every stop in the Rays organization. 22 years there, 4 seasons as coach, big league squad, manager in the minors for 18 years. International League Hall of Famer in 2016 in the minors. And this is season number 4 as skipper of the Toronto Blue Jays, a 91-win ball club last year. Extra playoff spot this year,
Yep.
so they
Scott, he
would have been in good shape.
He was one of the first guys that ever shifted me in the minor leagues with Tampa.
That is a Tampa thing for a long time now.
Yeah, and I remember I was in high A, and he came up to me, he says, hey, get ready, big boy. This is what you're going to see in the big leagues. And at the time, I was like, what is a shift? What is that stuff? He goes, you're going to have to learn how to beat that. The game's going to change, and you're going to have to deal with it for the rest of your career. And I hated playing against his teams because they would shift me every time. But yet no other team would do that. And it would kind of get in your mind a little bit. But yeah, as much as you see him there, he's cool, calm, and collective. He is a very, very bright person. And I feel like he's seen it all.
I have some tough news for you. I think next year that shift will be at least no more, if not significantly altered. So Yonder, comeback 2023.
No chance.
You're good at your job.
No chance.
Your current job. The Blue Jays actually shift more than any ball club in the big leagues.
Yep.
61% of the time they shift more than they don't. Diaz on first, a 2-2 in a moment to Harold Ramirez, who has been a ray of light in the month of June for this ball club.
Fastball up. Oh.
Got him. Frozen by Phelps. Big bounce back performance in the 8th. Keeping the Rays off the board, and this 3-run lead continues. In there, tied up. See ya. Home 8th coming up. MLB The Show 22 is available now on PlayStation and Xbox consoles, and for the first time, the Nintendo Switch system, rated E for everyone. The regular season is in full swing, and anything can happen on any given day. Make sure you stay connected by following @MLB on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, so you don't miss a thing. Fun night at the ballpark. Our first stop this season on the YouTube tour in Toronto. Jays leading 4-1 over Tampa Bay, the beginning of a 5-game series over a 4-game span, which includes Canada Day baseball on Friday. Kirk Hernandez Gurriel in the 8th. Alejandro fouls that one off. He is just a pitcher's worst nightmare lately. You can't really shift him. If you do, you're making a mistake. We haven't seen a weakness. You know, the high fastball, some teams trying to pitch him in. That doesn't really work. He has control of the zone. And Chuck Taylor in the chat said, can't believe Kirk's only 23.
Yeah.
He does seem very mature. Up the middle, and that's Walls who makes the play. Cracked bat. One gone in the 8th. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
I mean, that sounded so good. That's as
Copyright?
pro as it gets right there. I would never be able to do it that fast. I mean, look at that.
What, you want? No, we're not going to do it again.
Copyright.
The crew's like, give it
We're
to
good.
him. But next game,
Just
write
look
it
at that
down. We'll
view,
give it to
though.
him. I love the lights, CN Tower.
No chance.
It's a great view. Yeah, I got you, partner. Teoscar Hernandez, 2-run shot in the 2nd. That's still the difference in the ball game right now.
I'm a big fan of the tweeners. You know what the tweeners are?
No.
No, the pants. It's just over the ankle. Bo Bichette has it, so Oscar Hernandez has it. I mean, a big fan of the tweener, the old school tweeners.
Little roll up.
We need little stirrups now. You can see the shoes, you can see the calves. Big tweener. I mean, you just don't know if you know, is it Monday, is it Friday, is it Wednesday? Which one is it? Huh? We're gonna go tweener today, baby.
I'm in. You handle the fashion, I'll do the reads. 97 from Fauché. This is his 2nd inning of action. Teoscar Hernandez is heating up too. Multiple hits in 5 of his last 10 games,
Well,
if you include tonight.
Listen, last 30 games, 330 with 6 and 23, slugging 609. I think he's off to this normal pace of who he is as a hitter.
Monstrous 2021 campaign for him. Career highs, 32 homers, 116 RBIs, made more contact last year, and it was elite hard contact. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. Back to the homer. Ooh. Launch angle city.
Majestic.
37 degrees, that's a lot.
Yep.
419 feet, 131 height. It was one of those where everyone could sit back, watch.
8 seconds.
Hang time, baby.
Oh,
going the other way. What a display tonight for Teoscar Hernandez. Homer, double, and now the single.
My goodness. Player of the game?
Yes. Right now, easy. He's got 3 knocks, 2 extra base hits, and his hit, like I mentioned earlier,
Good
is the
defense.
difference. Yep.
And having fun with the tweeners.
And guess what? Sounds like you'll be able to ask him about that.
I gotta ask him.
Stephen Poncho in the game commentary. Even on his outs, he makes good contact.
I agree. But you know what? Good hitters
I think
line
he was
out.
talking about Kirk, but
Good hitters line out.
I feel you on Teoscar.
Yeah, Kirk as well.
You see some blasts sometimes right into a glove for him as well.
Oh, yeah.
And now Lourdes Gurriel, who's on a nice little streak as well, entering tonight 383 in his last 21 games. Singled and scored in the 7th. That's strike 1.
I saw Gurriel in Cuba. He was a third baseman, about 130 pounds wet. Comes to the States, comes and does his thing, gets into a workout regime, starts working out, gets a little bigger, gets a little older. You know, he's found a home here in Toronto in left field. Not only has he gotten better defensively, but he's a clutch player, and with the bat, you know, that was one of the things they talked about. Is it going to be a little, it was going to take some time with the bat. But man, oh man, he is absolutely put on a display year in and year out as a really tough guy to get out. Just a grinder when you look at his at-bats. That's what he does. He grinds you out for an at-bat. And it's a lot of fun to watch his development, because we all know the other Gurriel, Yuli Gurriel, out in Houston, he is as a pure hitter as it gets. But this guy is exceptional. They think he's going to be better than his brother. And his brother was incredible.
That's right. So does Yuli over with Houston.
You ask Yuli, he says, no, my brother's better.
Yeah, he said that years ago before Lourdes broke out.
This counted, by the way.
This counted, yeah.
He didn't give the time.
I mean, you want that. It's a ball.
Got lucky. But I think this guy is going to be special as it gets. Talked to him quite a bit. Great hair. Hey, La Piña. It is incredible. But man, he comes to play every day. Doesn't want to come out of the lineup, just like a lot of these guys. We talked about it with Montoya. Is none of these guys want to come off the lineup. They don't want an off day. They want to play.
Well, they have depth on offense, so you need to take a breather sometimes, whether you like it or not. It's a tough job for the manager, Charlie Montoya. But yeah, the difference between Lourdes Gurriel and older brother Yuli is actually 9 years. And Yuli said about 4 years ago, I don't want to give him too much pressure, but he hits better than me, runs better than me, and plays better defense.
High praises.
Runners going. Fouled off.
I think that's the best count to run on. 1-2. Because if the breaking ball comes, it eliminates the catcher from throwing you out. And if it's fastball, more than not, it's going to be hit to the right side, because most hitters are trying, a right-handed hitter is trying to protect everything. You see average of June right there with Gurriel.
Third best in the American League.
Oh, good pick.
Some stat stuffer games for Teoscar this month too. 4 3-hit games this season, 3 of them in June. One, 2. 2-2.
Got a little cooler here out of a sudden.
Feels nice.
Feels nice, huh?
Summer in Toronto is a vibe. Runners moving. Ships it to center. Low. Has it, and Teoscar retreats to first. 2 outs, and here comes Chapman. So you played with Matt in Oakland. What was he like off the field? I know well liked. We talked earlier about how he's even keel, not too up or down, even based on the results on the field. Funny?
Yeah.
Big
he's got a
eater,
little
like what
humor in
else? Okay.
He's just one of the guys, right? He's one of the boys. He wanted to learn so much. You know, that first two or 3 months, he really understood what a rookie was all about. Asked the right questions, was early, was always first in the meetings. Just an absolute workaholic. I mean, this kid came to work every day, but you know what? One of the things I really realized about him is the demeanors of the composure of who he is as a player, but as a person, right? He knows he's good. He knows when he's struggling. All he's got to do is continue the routine, continue to work. It was like he wants to be one of the greats, and that just doesn't happen overnight, right? He understands it takes some time to obviously develop yourself as a player, but there was no question in my mind, look, this is a Gold Glover. As soon as he stepped on the field, we knew the body of work, and we knew he was going to hit for power, and you know, the bat is going to come around. I think this guy is an exceptional hitter, an exceptional player, and Toronto Blue Jays are just lucky to have him. And we don't realize how young he is, right? I mean, he's not even, I don't think he's 30 years old yet. You know, he's a guy that they're gonna expect a lot from, and they think that he's gonna be one of those guys. And like Montoya was saying, he was saying, hey, I don't care what he hits. I mean, if he hits me, whatever he hits me, that's a bonus, right? Because we understand that what he brings on that third base side, it makes everybody better.
Runners going, and that is heading for the seats. Up against the netting. Another 0-2. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. This is exit velocity by zone this season, and the hard hit rate is the 4th largest increase from last year. And I think the hip surgery has something to do with that, because back in 2020, he was dealing with hip issues, and in September of that year went down with season-ending surgery. And it sounded like the kind of surgery that took some time.
It takes time. Yeah, and I think when you look at Matt Chapman, it's, you know, for me, it's all about pitch selection, right? Even when he got into the league, it was all about, hey, pitch selection. Because he knows that he can hit everything that comes his way, right? But when he's getting the right pitches, as we can see there, he's going to crush. And look, you can look at the stats and you can say, wow, he's only hitting 225, but don't let those numbers fool you. This guy has been on an absolute tear. He hits the ball very hard, and he's just a whole package.
And that OPS plus number all the way to the right. League average 100, so he's a few points above. Turned 29 on April 28th. 2 balls and 2 strikes. You know, I go back to when he was drafted. I remember Matt Olson was sitting with some A's players, and they heard him in the interview go, I'm going to change the game on defense. They're like, chill.
Oh, he certainly has.
Drafted, he plays pretty deep over at third base thanks to that arm, and he has changed the game. Many others have copied what he does and where he positions himself at the hot corner. Amazing. There's the spray chart.
Yeah, the problem is not many guys can play that deep because of the arm, right? That arm is plus. Even if we see, you know, for the third base side and Yandy Diaz, you know, Matt Chapman plays like 10 feet deeper than where Yandy Diaz is at right now. And it's just exceptional when you look at that. You know, in Oakland, we used to play when there was football, right? And the lines were crossed up. And we used to realize where he played, it was almost a 50 to 60 yard throw at times. Can you believe that? 50 to 60 yard throws. And it was amazing because it would really put you in perspective of how deep he will play. And that's what I loved about playing in Oakland, the Coliseum during football season, is the lines were touched up so you can see, you know, this guy was throwing 50-yard passes chest high on the money every single time. That's when I realized this guy is as special as it gets.
Great battle. Runner going. That missed. 2 out walk, 2 on for Toronto in the 8th. And on to Santi. Oh. Slider. That's down.
Yeah, it was down. But we know Mark Weiner, he's called that pitch earlier today. Surprised if he would have stuck that. If Mejia would have stuck that, it would have been called a strike. It leads to this. 1st and 2nd now, 2 outs. With Espinal trying to continue the damage.
Last 2 at bats, single, 2-run blast. And the story, I know Jays fans are well aware, had significant good weight, the muscle, in the offseason. You're seeing it in the results and the hard hit contact. Much more power. Great ability to foul off tough pitches, to extend at bats. You see that very frequently with him. and another player, you can't really shift. Chasing, it's 0-2. So here are your finalists for starting second baseman in the American League, Altuve and Espinal. Andrés Giménez is having a dynamite season for Cleveland.
Yeah, he has been. Torres as well, but
yeah.
No, I think when you look at Espinal and what he's done, I mean, he's been remarkable, especially early on in the year when Toronto wasn't swinging it. He was that guy.
Espinal sends it to right. Brujan will end the 8th. Nothing extra for Toronto. Randy Arozarena will lead the way for the Rays. Last hope as we head to the 9th at Rogers Center. It's Randy. Isaac Paredes with the homer will be on deck, and Brujan due up in the 9th. George Springer from center to right, and Bradley Zimmer enters the game. Teoscar Hernandez takes a seat for Toronto. A little defense in the 9th, and we'll finish up our poll question. Which of these players is more likely to become a superstar? This was tight yonder. Wander Franco edges Alek Manoah. Kirk finishes 3rd, followed by McClanahan.
They're all winners. In my eyes, they're all winners.
That was what I expected in terms of closeness.
Those guys, man, bright future, absolutely incredible talent.
Well done, everyone. Approaching 10 o'clock Eastern time, and the 9th inning, Tampa Bay has mustered up just 1 run, and here comes Adam Cimber, and if you haven't seen him, a unique look. ERA in the mid-3s on the year. This is appearance number 36. It's a low arm angle, emphasis on low.
Former teammate. We're going to see a Submariner right now, tough on right-handers, fastball slider, change.
And a first pitch strike to Arozarena.
Not necessarily a hard thrower, but just very uncomfortable. Even if it's a lefty, it's still an uncomfortable at bat.
Yeah, that was an uncomfortable swing that Guerrero handles for 1 out in the 9th on the 2nd pitch of the at-bat. And for Cimber, I mean, he was off to a sizzling start this year. A 1.74 ERA, first 22 appearances. The ERA is above 7 in his last 13. There's the new defensive look in the outfield. Bradley Zimmer getting some late
we
game
talked about
reading in there.
Phelps being the oldest guy. No. Mr. Romo.
Oh, well, that's new. You're right. Sergio Romo, 39 years old.
Yeah, man.
Officially joining the big league club yesterday.
Apologies.
Good correction. And a fair one. I mean, just joined the squad. A little more age, a little more fine wine action for the bullpen. Cimber's 31 out of Portland, Oregon. And opponents are 1 for 24 against his four-seamer this year. It's not about the velocity, it's about the deception.
It's deceptive. He likes to throw that slider, sweeping slider, that backdoor two-seamer, right there. That right there, that backdoor two-seamer. For a right-handed hitter, it looks like it's literally in the other side of the dugout. Like that's what it looks like. You give up as soon as it comes off the hand, and then it just comes back right at the last second. Just an unhittable pitch, two-seamer down and away like that, righty on righty.
Strike two.
He likes to go off of that with that slider. Maybe get a rollover if he continues, but the go-to pitch here is that sweeping slider if he can get to it. Try to go up. These matchups are fun. The reasons I say this, because Paredes right now, it's a 4-1 ball game. You know, you can't hit a homer. This guy, you might face him next month, and you might face him in first and second situation in a crucial at bat.
Up the middle, Espinal. Throw from the left side.
So as much as Cimber wants to get quick outs right now, he doesn't want to show the whole arsenal on a guy that he might potentially be facing in a couple weeks. This is why these at-bats and these innings right now are so important for Cimber and the opposing hitters.
This should be easy. Final poll question of the night. It's the one we do every week. Today's YouTube player of the game. Teoscar, Yusei, Santiago, or George?
Kikuchi was incredible.
That's the thing. I think he finishes in second, and some can make the case for him in first. And really long term, the fact that he was able to find it tonight is a big sign.
Yeah, you know, when you look at his line, 6 innings, 8 strikeouts, a must kind of game for him where he needed to dominate, right? It was one of those games where it was a marker of a game, right? Everybody was, hey, we need a good start from this guy right now, and he was able to deliver that. Especially starting this series where they're going to play 5 games in 4 days. They needed him to go deep into this game.
Got him on 3 pitches. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, game over. Jays top the Rays, 4-1 is your final. A tidy 2 hours and 55 minutes to get the job done. We have multiple interviews coming your way. YouTube player of the game trophy to dish out. The feeling we're going to have a conversation with Teoscar Hernandez. There's Cimber climbing the ladder and fooling Brujan. A nice night for the Blue Jays bullpen as the Rays fall to 40-35 on the season, and the Blue Jays up their record to 43-33, 10 games above the 500 mark. And a nice statement and a post-game show. Hit it.
Way, good start, that way. That away, good start. Oh boy, oh boy. Hey, that away.
This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube post-game show as Toronto wins it 4-1 over the Rays to start a 5-game series at Rogers Center. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso. We'll hear from Amy G coming up. 2-run homers, the theme of the night on the offensive side. Teoscar Hernandez with a 2-run blast back in the second, and then Santiago Espinal with his 6th of the season. And on a, 72-ish degree night, that probably feels not too shabby.
That was a good day for him right there. He had really good at-bats, stayed on the baseball, crucial at-bat he came up with, and delivered that big homer. He's been awesome.
All-around night for Toronto. This is one of those evenings where if you're the front office for the Blue Jays, Ross Atkins and company, Charlie Montoyo and the coaching staff, you're going power, 2-run shots, pitching, Yusei Kikuchi, and the bullpen getting the job done quite nicely to finish this thing off. So let's start with the two-run home run man in Teoscar Hernandez back in the second inning. Followed that with a double and later a single. He joins us right now live on YouTube. Teoscar, congratulations on the win. Let's circle back to the home run back in the second inning. What can you tell us? What was the pitch and what was the approach?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thank you for having me. I mean, I just I went to the play. I know Yarbrough has a lot of different pitches. I was looking for one up in the zone, and I just tried to put a good swing on it and tried to get scored early in the game.
So Oscar Yonder Alonso here. Congratulations on your night, man. Listen, I just want to ask you about this whole month, your last 30 days. You've been on an absolute tear. I'm not going to tell you the numbers because I don't like telling numbers to good hitters. But what has been working for you? Your rhythms is it your rhythm that's back, or are you swinging at the right pitches?
Hold on, let me get this water first.
Yeah,
go ahead, get it.
Yeah, this is a 30-minute post-game show, Ted.
Oh!
Oh, he just got crushed. We're showing some of his fine work, but
okay, I'm back.
We'll run that back in a moment.
Oh, he got absolutely demolished by Guerrero.
I mean, I don't want to see my numbers during the course of the season. I know I was out for a month, and it was hard for me to get back and try to get my rhythm back, my swing, and my timing. But for the last months, I've been feeling better at the plate, and I'm really good right now.
It's Thursday, okay? I get that, but the tweener socks, man, the pants. It's a good look for you. Are you going to continue to wear them like that?
Yes, the whole year. I was trying to be different this year, and I ordered this pant. I used it one time in the minor leagues in 2013, the whole season, and I'm just going to continue doing it.
How much fun has it been? Oh, there it is, the trophy.
Hey, look what I get.
All right. Is it heavy?
It is.
You put that in the weight room now. Take it home with you, and you can do some bicep curls. That is the YouTube Player of the Game trophy. It is all yours, Teoscar.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Name engraved on it. You are the Player of the Game with the two-run shot.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, how much fun has it been playing with these guys, man? You guys look like you guys are kind of playing a softball game, having fun, enjoying yourself, having a good time in the dugout, but at the same time working hard on the field. How much fun is that?
I think this is a big part of this team. The Blue Jays are a team right now that enjoys every single moment that we do in baseball field, in the clubhouse, and even when we're not in a baseball field. We just try to enjoy the game, play hard, and do our thing, and just have some fun.
How amped is this team for the entire weekend? I know it's going to be a lot because you have coming up here 4 more games.
4 more games.
3-game span against a very tough Tampa Bay Rays team, but Canada Day coming up, then the doubleheader, and a big weekend, holiday weekend. This place is going to be packed.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I mean, see all the Blue Jays fans filling this stadium and just try to win as many games as we can.
I do it every time, man. When we talk to a Latin guys, yo quiero que tú me hables en español. Now, I want him to talk to me in Spanish, say hi to your mom, say hi to whoever you want. Dime algo de tu familia, si quieres saludarlos a ellos.
Un saludo a mi gente de que están allá en Maimón, mucha gente están en Nueva York. Aquí está mi esposa con mis hijos. Los amo mucho, a toda la fanaticada de República Dominicana, y especialmente a la gente de Maimón, que es mi pueblo natal.
Bello, perfecto.
Translate.
Thank you, man. He was just saying hello to his people. That he's got some people in New York, he's got some people in the DR, but he wanted to say hi to his hometown people, especially his mom and everybody that is supporting him.
To a global audience on YouTube. Teoscar, thank you so much. Great game, fun one. Congrats on the win and the trophy, and we'll talk to you again down the line, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
We do too. Teoscar Hernandez joining us right now live on the postgame show on YouTube, and there are the results.
Oh, it was tight, man. It was tight, man.
Wow,
That's got to be the tightest it's been.
That's the tightest ever.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if there's been a 1-point dub.
I'll tell you what, both of those guys deserve it. Santiago Espinal as well coming in clutch, but just an all-around good game, right, by the Blue Jays.
You say Kikuchi was money for the Blue Jays. If they could get more of that, it would be huge. They've lost some starters like Ryu, but Kikuchi comes back in a big way with this start and a 4-1 victory for the Blue Jays. Flying into the weekend, so much more to go. Another interview coming up. 4-1, Blue Jays are winners in front of the home crowd to start a 5-game series against a division rival in the Tampa Bay Rays. And how did it all look and sound? We've got it for you. Run it back. Yusei Kikuchi with the ERA north of 5. We saw him on YouTube a few weeks ago. Couldn't make it past the first inning. Yeah, and that's a close play at first. Wander Franco is out by a half a step. Quick throw from Espinal to get him. And gets the whiff and through the inning. Everyone's like, hey, Kikuchi's struggling. We show up, we see a different man.
Yeah, when you look at Matt Wisler, it's pretty simple. I mean, you're going to get sliders. He's done a phenomenal job with Tampa.
On a few hops, there's one. The fire to first with plenty of time, and Bo Bichette is doubled up. Nicely done from Matt Wisler to open the game. Works around a walk, double play, strikes out Vladdy Jr. No score through 1. Kikuchi rings him up. First out in the second.
Right there.
And he got him. He has struck out 3 in a row.
Sharp slider, you only get so many of them, and that was a good one right there. You want to load up to that back foot. He certainly did. Just a good pitch right there.
And on the ground, and diving stop by Walt to keep it in front of him, but the throw is late, and it trickles away from Paredes. Infield knock for Kirk.
The fastest man alive right there.
First pitch, blast, deep left, sky high and gone. Teoscar Hernandez muscles up for 2, and the Blue Jays strike first. Whoa! Another one tight to Bo Bichette. Okay.
Anytime you go up and in like that, I mean, for Bo, got to drop everything. The helmet's got to go. Okay, but now I get to show off my flow.
And there he goes to left. That's gonna bounce and kick up.
Oh, we're gonna have a play. We're gonna have a play
for 2 and in there.
Oh man.
2-out double, Bo Bichette.
He's feeling some type of way right now, especially when they come up and in on you like that. Gets a hanging slider. Stay through the baseball, and boy, he was smelling that double off the bat.
There he goes. Matching a season high with 7 strikeouts now tonight.
I'm intrigued right now in this count 3-1. He likes to throw that cutter, that hard cutter. He doesn't necessarily like that fastball if he's going to respect Paredes right here.
And that is driven to deep left. If it is fair, it is Garcia. Wow. Isaac Paredes handles that one and puts the Rays on the board. It's his 11th of the year.
You see that 3-1 cutter, just didn't get in enough, and he was absolutely ready for it. He took a shot. That's the shot that Kevin Cash was talking about. 3-1, 2-1, hitters count. You got to go and unleash, my man. Go rake something.
7, 8, and 9 for Tampa Bay. Wall strikes out on 96 from Kikuchi.
He's got some swag.
Swaggy on the mound with the fastball. A season high 8 strikeouts this evening.
That's 96 by you. Complete challenge report right there saying, let's see if you can hit it, big boy. That hit him?
It did. That is the ideal, correct me if I'm wrong, pitch to get hit by 71 miles an hour. Did not flinch and take your base.
Hit his shoestring, even better.
Yeah. On the top of my foot, believe me.
Oh. Franco, there you go, a base hit, and that'll bump Diaz to second.
What Kevin Cash mentioned, which, by the way, that was an absolute rocket to right center. We're seeing Kikuchi now leaving some more balls over the plate.
Ramirez, it's a fair ball, and Chapman steps on third, fires to first, and doubles him up.
The best friends double play right there for a starting pitcher. First pitch double play, especially to a Gold Glover, a Platinum Glover, and Matt Chapman right there.
Here we go. Watch this.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Perfect timing and an ideal throw. He's done it a billion times. This is us live going over the 7th inning of action, Vidal Bruján. And this was, in my mind, the underrated time period of the game for Toronto. Bruján stealing second, and the ball escapes into center. Off to third he goes with just 1 out. And that's when Taylor Walls strikes out. This is where the Rays come up empty. Yonder Mejia pops out. And this lead at 2-1 stays that way. Easily could have been a tie ball game.
Yep, most important inning in the baseball game, 7th inning.
And then runner on first for Espinal in the bottom half. What a momentum swing. That makes it 4-1. Yarbrough still in the game at that point, gets removed after that.
For the barrio!
It fits so perfectly.
It does.
After you homer. Adam Cimber time. High cheese. Down goes Bruján and the Rays, and a Jays 4-1 win on a Thursday night. Your game summary presented by Jersey Mike's. I'm starving, by the way. Blue Jays 43-33, 4-1 winners. The Rays now at 40-35. Best division in baseball. Don't at me. The AL East. Over to Amy G.
All right, gentlemen, a lot of heroes for the Blue Jays tonight, and I actually had a chance to catch up with Matt Chapman, who, of course, put on a defensive clinic. But the bigger storyline is Yusei Kikuchi giving the Blue Jays 6 innings tonight. That was his longest outing of the month, a season-high 8 strikeouts. And who better to talk to about the starting pitcher than the third baseman who's looking right at him? And that's where we start tonight.
I hope it just takes some pressure off of him. Obviously, coming into a new team, he probably wants to make a big impact, which he has, you know, whether he believes it or not. But obviously, the last few outings haven't gone his way. I think his command struggled more than anything because when he's around the zone, you know, guys have a tough time hitting him. But tonight, it seemed like he was able to throw strikes, and I could tell in that first inning that, you know, he was getting ahead of guys. He was putting the ball where he wanted it to a little more, and you see the strikeout numbers. You know, he's got swing and miss stuff, so I hope that, you know, he builds off of this outing and just, you know, trusts that he doesn't have to do too much and he just throws strikes. I mean, he can be, you know, really great.
For sure, and it seemed like his pace was a little quicker than his past outings as well. What does an outing like this, Matt, mean for the bullpen, who got a nice rest tonight, and you guys are in a 5-game stretch over 4 days?
Huge. You know, we're in a 5-game stretch over 4 days, and I believe like 19 games in 18 days or something like that. So for him to be able to go out there and give us, you know, 6 or 7 strong innings, I think it was 6 probably, but you know, it means a lot. You know, we got a good team we're playing. We got 4 more games against them the next 3 days. So our bullpen is somebody, you know, we've leaned on them a lot. So to give them a blow, and, you know, we send out starters that can go deep in every game, but for him to actually do it's awesome.
You are so much fun to watch on defense, and I had the pleasure of watching Matt for years across the bay in Oakland. And like I said, it's kind of, we take it for granted how good it is. I always compared you to Brandon Crawford because we're like, oh, of course he's going to make that play. But your manager said something interesting today. Charlie said, it really doesn't matter how Matt does offensively because he's so good on defense. And of course he wants you to do well, but that's how good you are. How much pride do you take in your defense, and how much fun are those plays to make?
They're definitely a lot of fun. I mean, it's something I take pride in. You know, I work on all the plays that I make in games. So it's not just like I go out there and make the play. I work on them a lot. But, you know, it's something that I feel like, you know, maybe I didn't swing the bat the way I wanted to tonight, but I can still help us win a game, you know, by making a few good plays. And, you know, I appreciate Charlie saying that, but, you know, personally, I'd like to swing the bat a little better. But, you know, I have been swinging the bat better lately for sure. So just continue to build on that. But, you know, I feel like, you know, something that, you know, kids can learn is you don't always have to go out there and hit a home run or do that. You can change the game on defense just as much as you can with the bat.
Congratulations on tonight's win. Thanks for the time. Matt Chapman. Well, Charlie Montoyo also said Matt Chapman is one of the easiest players to root for in the game because no matter how it's going, good or bad, he comes to the park with the same demeanor every day. And hey, pitching and defense, it wins games, right, guys?
It does. And hey, there's plenty of offense on that team, but let's point out, especially on a night like tonight, what the pitching was able to do and what the defense did and what they continue to do. A one-run performance from Tampa Bay, and a lot of that had to do with not just the pitching, but guys like Matt Chapman. You want to run through some of his plays?
Let's go, man. There is no secret about it. We're talking about the 3-time Gold Glover, the 2-time Platinum, 1-time All-Star. He can do it all. He can go to his right. He can pick it from the hot corner with that strong arm. But what I love most about him is that first step. When he's getting that first step, he can show off his gun, and I love when he's going back on a fly ball. Listen, his days in the Coliseum for Oakland, there's no reason why he can't make those plays. He feels very comfortable when he's doing those things. Not only is he a great teammate, he's a good player. He's a good all-around package that the Toronto Blue Jays acquired.
And I can see what you're talking about. Just one of the guys chilling, like seems just like an ideal fit with this ball club. And great job, and thank you to him for talking to us on YouTube as the post-game show keeps rolling. We'll hear from our Mr. Mic'd Up man, George Springer, and give you a look at what's to come on the YouTube sketch. Always ready for the post-game show presented by Jersey Mike's. They're closing that roof.
They are.
Do you think we'll be out before the roof closes?
I don't know.
I don't know if I can stay, but we have to hear a good 5 minutes of George Springer's microphone gold tonight.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, listen up.
Took too much caffeine right now. I am tweaking out. Snow Angel time. Don't let them know that Chappie may or may not be playing tomorrow, because that's. And don't let them know
that I may or may not have had a couple good games off Kluber.
Yeah. We don't want to jinx it. So he's 0 for 6 right now.
He is.
She's on a roll. Watch.
What's this all about?
She nails this every time. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Good job, Teo. Good job. Good fundamentals. So I came to the conclusion that because it's really far, I'm just gonna, if I'm not leading off the inning, I'm just gonna jog.
Start jogging in with 2 strikes?
Yeah, no, it's bro. People, you underestimate how far that is. Let's start with hit it. I have yet to hit it off this guy. Good at bats, just grinded him out, threw a lot of pitches. I mean, that is a disgusting swing, George. Dude, just like we talked about, it's trickery. It's sorcery.
This dude's slider is sorcery.
He's the fastest man alive. He's the fastest. He's the fastest man alive. Hey, look at boink. Run, Kirky. Go, Kirky. Aye! You're fast, bro. Yeah. Aye. Yeah. The top of my foot, believe me. What happened to you? Got hit in the top of the back foot. OPS, baby. Some of it all, yeah, yeah. Now I get what I want. Sent you, hey, you had your chance, you blew it. Out of sight, out of mind. Santi, did you eat the Rice Krispie treats?
I ate the last one.
Bro. No, you ate the last Rice Krispie treat. That's a 500. Hey, it's a 500. No, it's a 500. No. I did, that's the problem. But you know what the other problem is? If I cut this, it might not grow back.
It's okay.
Easy for you to say. Easy for you to say.
Give me like 10 more years. Right here. Hey, my dad got a hole right here.
Yeah, but your dad's like 60.
No, my dad is 48.
Okay. It's his time. I'm 32. This is bad. Got like 3 more good haircuts and then it's out of here. I see. Sante! I got him. That's the first one. I got him. That's just crazy. Like over the course of my career, like how the game just gradually. But it's like the thing is like you can't be mad. Like it's like yeah, like you did what you're trained to do your whole life. Hit a ball up the middle, and there's a guy standing there. It's like I get it. It makes sense, right? Like. That's where guys hit the ball. One, just put a guy there. But as a hitter, I need that. I need that to be a knock.
So you hit it there before two.
And then I got 4-man outfield today.
No, first time, huh?
No, they did it to me the last time. I don't know if that's a good sign. The first time that they did it, I looked at Mejia and was like, you guys know I hit a lot of ground balls, right? He just started laughing. He said, not anymore. You good? Did you scoop it? It short hopped you? Oh, man. How to tackle it? Go on the lights? What a hey, what a tackle. I mean, I'm a funny guy, bro.
Perfect way to finish it. George Springer.
Yeah.
Well done,
yeah.
my
Well
friend.
done.
That was excellent. And for anyone that doesn't know the personality of George Springer, you just got the full menu.
That's right.
A to Z.
From karaoke to having fun with his teammates. That's the way it's supposed to be.
I liked when he turned to Espinal. He's like,
did you eat the last?
Had your chance. You blew
I thought it was, he wanted the iPad. He's like, no, man, you're not getting it.
No.
You ate my last Rice Krispies.
Hit your back foot, OPS. Anyway, Curious Creators, you've been awesome too. Thanks for hanging with us for the entire game. So let's fire up some questions. Who will replace Vlad in the home run derby? Right, so he was invited. He said, I don't want to mess with the wrist. There was a little bit of a thing for him.
Yeah, and I don't blame him for it. But, you know, we know he's going to put on a display. But I think the most important thing is him being healthy, him doing his thing. And you never know who can come out and do his thing. I mean, he can absolutely mash him, can he?
Yeah, and there are a ton of players.
There's a bunch of guys that can do
deserve it.
Yeah, there's a lot of
guys. Pete Alonso's playing.
Well, Pete Alonso's probably going to do it for the next 10 years.
Yes, forever.
That's guaranteed thing.
Maybe when he retires even, he comes back, one-day contract and keeps going because he is a home run derby specialist. So to answer your question, I'm not sure. There's I could think of some guys that Franmil Reyes or like Yordan Alvarez, some of these big boys that hit absolute monster shots, maybe some of those. I'd like to see Yordan in there.
Yeah, I would like to see Yordan Alvarez.
All right, so that's my pick. Who would you rather have, Bo Bichette or Wander Franco?
Oh, man, what a tough question, right? Both? Can I take them both?
No.
But if I had to pick one, I think – look, Bo's ability to play the game of baseball, he's proven that he can stay healthy as well. That's a huge plus. But when you look at Wander Franco and the things he can do as well, it's special, and it's hard not to just lock in on that guy and say, man, this guy can beat you not only with his wheels, but with his bat, his defense. And listen, don't get me wrong. Bo Bichette has been doing that and has done that. I just think when I look at this kid, 21 years of age, the future is bright.
Oh, yes. There's no doubt. There's Bo. He's got better flow. There's no
He does. He definitely
does. That helmet
does.
falls off on purpose sometimes, let's be real. Oh, that kicked off the back foot, too.
He's a special player, no question about it.
A great concentration by Bo. I'm with you, though. Wander Franco, I mean, the hit tool is off the charts, the plate discipline, the whole deal. He's younger. Kurt, do you suppose that 4 teams from the AL East will be in the postseason this year?
Yeah, why not? Look, if it's the best 4 teams in the American League that should be in there, yeah, I think the league got this right. It would be such a shame if there's a team that's winning 96, 97, 98 games and doesn't get in. So for me, absolutely. If there's 4 teams in the American League East that win over 90 games, which, by the way, it's probably going to look like, and they're the ones that get in, no question about it. I think they got it right. The best 4 teams are the ones that are supposed to get in. If that's it, if it's the team in the American League East, then so be it.
My thing is there's a lot of baseball left to play.
I
still think, you're going to be snoozing on the White Sox for a while, but it's a talented roster. So, I don't know, Twins and White Sox.
But I just don't see those guys.
Which,
I don't see those guys getting in a wild card. Like whoever finishes second there.
You think they're out?
These teams
I'm just saying strength of schedule. You're taking AL Central versus what you're going up against in the AL East. There's just no breaks. So
no breaks whatsoever.
Stay tuned. Also for us, the 13th is our next one. 1 o'clock Eastern time. We have the Brewers and the Twins.
Oh, man.
2 of the best.
That's going to be a
in
battle.
The Midwest. And then on the 27th, we have the Twins and the Brewers. That one's in Milwaukee. The first one in Minnesota. We'll also watch the Rangers and the Astros, the 2 teams with the Texas 2-step in August, and then more after that. We'll let you know the whole schedule as we continue along. And, a week apart again. I know, don't cry. But then one more for us until the All-Star break. The playoff contenders, Brewers, Twins, Midwest, July 13th, 1 o'clock Eastern. For that MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. For my dude, Yonder Alonso, the great Amy G. And we love our crew behind the scenes making this a special event each and every week. What a night in Toronto. You keep the chain. Okay. I'm Scott Braun logging off for now. See you next time on YouTube.